Hey everyone, I'm Connor and welcome to the video. In this video, we're going to be creating an e-commerce app. We're going to be creating a customer side of the app as well as an admin product management side of the app. On the product management side, you can see that the admin has a few tabs over here. They can look at their dashboard, which gives them some quick stats such as how much revenue they've made today or their total sales. They can also view a chart of their revenue over the past 7 days, and they can see 5 of their most recent unfulfilled orders. If we go to the products tab over here, we can see we have a list of products and we can paginate through this list. We can also create a new product if we want. So let's create another jacket. Let's say long blue jacket, and it's a cool jacket. We can go ahead and select a couple photos if we'd like, or we can just do one, and then we can set the price. Then we can select a category. So let's put in the jackets category and click create. We can see we have a new jacket that was just created right here, and the total stock is 0. That's because we need to add some inventory for this product. So if we click on the jacket and click edit stock, we can go ahead and add some stock. Let's go ahead and say we have a size large in stock. We have 1 of those. We have medium in stock. We got 5 of those. And we have small in stock. We have 10 of those. We can see our stock right here. Now if we go back to the main product page, we can see that we have 16 total in stock, split between those 3 sizes. We can also search our products. So if I want to just find the product called test, go ahead and do that and filter it that way. So let's go ahead and clear that out. If I come to the categories section right here, I can see the 5 categories that I've already set up and how many products are in each category. If I'd like, I can click create category and create another category. Down in the orders tab, we have our unfulfilled orders on the top table right here. This just shows the orders that have been placed by our customers that have yet to be sent out. And below that, we can see the fulfilled orders that have already been sent out to the customers. As soon as we fulfill the order, we can go ahead and mark it as fulfilled, and that'll get moved down into the fulfilled orders table. If we want, we can go ahead and search by the customer email up here, just like we did with the products. All right, so let's look at the customer facing side of the app now. So we'll go ahead and sign out, and we're put on the customer side of the app. Customer side of the app, they can view some categories. They can click on a category, and they can see the jackets that we have available here, and go ahead and click on that long blue jacket that we created. And then they can add a couple to their cart if they'd like. So let's go ahead and add a large, let's do 2 mediums and a small. If we click on our cart, we can now see that we have a large, a small, and a medium. We actually have 2 mediums. So we can go ahead and click checkout. This will take us to Stripe, where we can enter in our email. So let's do that. Our name, and then an address. We can enter in the default Stripe card and a CVC, and then click pay. Once this is processed by Stripe, we'll be redirected back to our app, and we'll get a little notification that we've successfully placed our order. On the admin side, if we log back into the admin portal here, so we can do admin, put in their password, and now we're back on the admin portal. If we go to the orders tab, we can see that we have a new order right here that was just placed, and we can see how much it was the cost of the order was. If we click on this order, we can see that we have some information about the order, such as the customer email, their address, and what products belong in the order. So we can go ahead out to our warehouse, we can pick up those items, and we can put them in a box and ship them out to the customer, and then mark that as fulfilled. All right, so that's basically it for the admin side of the app and the customer side of the app. We are going to be building this with Rails 7, Tailwind for styling, Hotwire with Turbo and Stimulus, Devise for authentication, Postgres for our database, Stripe for checkout, and we're going to be hosting it with Render. So let's go ahead and jump into the first lesson where we'll set up our environment. Okay, so let's create our new Rails app. If we cd into the directory where we want our Rails app to live, we can just run Rails new and then give it a name. So let's call it ecom. And then we can do --css Tailwind. This will just initialize Rails with Tailwind already set up so it works out of the box. This is going to create the Rails scaffolding. So you can see it created a bunch of files here, and it's also installing the dependencies that Rails needs. So let's let that finish and then start the app up and view it for the first time. Awesome. So it finished installing and setting everything up. So let's go ahead and cd into that directory, and then we can run rails s to start the server. Then if we come over to our browser and go to localhost 3000, we can see the basic default Rails app right here. Next thing we need to do in our setup is set up devise. Okay, so we just come over to our terminal and we just do bundle add devise. That will go ahead and install the devise gem, and then we have to initialize it. In order to do that, we can just do rails generate devise install, and that will do a couple things to set up devise. It mentions a few things, and we just have to do 2 of them. So it talks about adding this line right here, this action mailer default URL options, to our development.rb file. So we'll go ahead and copy that. And then it talks about setting the route path right here in our routes.rb file. These 2 are optional, and we're going to skip them for now, but we will come back to these and do them later. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up our code and go to the development.rb file. Okay, so we opened up our development.rb file, and we can just paste in that line that we copied from the terminal. So let's just do that right here and save the file. Next, let's go to our routes.rb file and uncomment this route right here. But instead of doing posts, let's go ahead and update this to home and then save the file. Cool. And that's everything that we have to do for devise setup. We're going to set up our model for the admin in the next video. So now we have Tailwind and devise installed. So let's go ahead and install Font Awesome so we can use those icons for our site. So in order to install Font Awesome, let's just open up our gem file, and then at the bottom of the file, we can paste this right here to install the Font Awesome SaaS. So we'll paste that right there, save the file, and then we can run bundle install, and that will go install the Font Awesome gem for us. Great. As soon as we have that installed, we can go to our application CSS file. So let's go to this file and rename it to an SCSS file. So we can just do rename, and we can do css.scss and save that. Okay, so now that we've renamed the file, we can go into it, go to the very bottom, and then just do import Font Awesome and save the file. So now we've installed Font Awesome. Next thing we need to do is set up our home controller. So let's go ahead and go to our controllers directory. So we can go here, and then we can create a new file called the home controller. In this, we'll create a class called home controller that will inherit from application controller. And for now, we'll just create one route called the index, and that will just show our index view. So then we just have to go create that view. So if we go into the view directory, then we create another directory called home, go in there, and then create an index.html.erb. And for now, we can just say h1 home and save that. So now if we come over here and refresh the page, we'll see that home instead of the error. So now we have a controller and a view set up. Next thing we can do is just test out that some of our icons work. So we can use the Rails helper by just doing a %= and then say icon, FA brands, font awesome, and then close that, save the file, and refresh the page, and we can see the icon right there. We can try another icon by doing FA solid, user secret, and save that. And we should see a second icon right here. Perfect. So at this point, we've initialized a new Rails project. We've installed devise and set it up. We've installed Font Awesome, and we've also created our first controller and view. In the next video, let's work on setting up Devise a little bit more and making sure that admins need to log in before accessing the admin portion of the e-commerce site. All right, so next we're going to set up our first model, and we're going to do it using Devise because this is going to be our admin model that we're going to use to log in. So let's go ahead and kill our Rails server right here, and then we're going to do Rails generate Devise, and we'll pass in a model name. So we want our model to be called admin, and then click enter. This is going to create a couple files for us and add to our routes.rb. So if we start our Rails server again, and then if we open up that routes file, we'll see Devise added this Devise for admins. This adds a bunch of routes, and one of them is this /admins/sign in. But before we can actually access that, we have to run the migration. So Devise created a migration to create that admins table. So let's kill our server and run bin rails and then db migrate. Cool, so that will migrate our database. Now if we refresh this page, we should see the default Devise login screen. Awesome. So if we go into the Rails console, we can create our first admin user. So we'll do admin.create, pass an email, and we'll do admin@example.com, and then the password, we'll just set it to password. Now if we come over here, we can use those credentials to log in. So we can do admin@example.com, and then we can do password. Awesome. So you notice this takes us to the home route, but we actually want to modify that to make it for logged in admins. We want their home route to actually be the dashboard, the admin dashboard, not the home page where normal users would be put onto. So let's go ahead and set that up. Okay, so in order to do that, all we have to do is come into our routes.rb file and put another line here. So we can say authenticated admin user do, and then we can say instead of the root being home index, for any admin user that's authenticated, we want the root to be this admin index, and then we can set it as the admin root like that. Awesome. So now we have to make the admin controller and the index action as well as the view. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so if we go to our controllers folder, then we can make an admin controller. So let's say admin controller.rb class admin controller, and that inherits from application controller. Okay, and then we just have this one method so far. Let's just set that up real quick, and we'll say that's all we need to do. And then we can go to our views as well. So if we come to our views and then we make a folder called admin, so we'll just make a folder called admin, go in there, and then we make an index.html.erb file, and let's just say admin home, just like that. Okay, and then we also have to set up the admin index route like this. So we can say get admin, that's just going to go to the admin controller, the index route, and that's fine for now. So we'll just save that. Now if we refresh this page, we should see admin home. Awesome. Okay, great. So we're on the admin portion of the website right now. So let's go ahead and make sure that anything that goes to that admin controller is being authenticated. So if we open up that admin controller, okay, so next thing we need to do is in the admin controller, we just have to put a before action. So we can just say before action authenticate admin and save that. Now if we refresh the page, we should be able to stay on the page because we're logged in. But if we were not logged in, we would be redirected to the normal home page like this. Okay, so next thing we want to do is work on our admin layout. So let's go ahead and create a layout file for the admins. So if we go to our layout directory, then create a new file called admin.html.erb. If we come in here, it's going to look exactly the same as our regular layout, except for with a different nav bar and different links. So let's actually just copy everything from our application layout into our admin layout, just like that. All right, so we pasted in the application layout, and now we're just going to start modifying it. So inside of our container here, let's go ahead and put a nav, just like this. And let's go ahead and give that some classes. So we'll just say class equals flex, and we want it to take up the full width. And then inside of there, we can put another div that has a width of 64, padding of 4, and let's have it take up the entire screen. And then we'll just say background gray 600, just so we can see it a little better, make it sticky, and put it at the top of the screen. Okay, so let's close that out. So this will kind of be our container section for the navbar. Inside of this, we're going to put a div. Let's just make that div flex, like so. Okay, and then we can go ahead and close this out, like that. And then inside of that div, we want to put our image tag. So we can just say image tag logo.png, and class, we'll just make it a width of 16. So put that there. And then right below, we just want to have a little text saying that we're in the admin section of the app. We'll make the text gray 50, and then we'll make it bold. We want to hide it if the screen size is below medium, and then otherwise we'll make it a block, and we'll just say ecom admin, just like that. Great. So below that flex div, we want to put our links. So we'll make an unordered list and put a class of flex on it. So we'll say flex equals flex, flex call, and then we'll say text is gray 50 again, just like that. Close it out, and then we'll put our first link here. So we'll say a link. This one, we want to have the path be to the admin path. So this will just take us back to the dashboard, the root path of the dashboard. We'll make that a block, give it some padding, make sure when we hover that it goes rounded. Let's also change the background. So it is gray when we hover over it. And then we can wrap that. So we can do end. Okay. Okay, so in this link, we want to have an icon. So we can just say icon, and then we can say FA solid. And then we want it to be a gauge high icon, just like that. So we'll close that out. So that'll be an icon. And then let's put some text right after the icon as well. So let's just say in a span, we can just put a class. So we want this to be hidden if it's too small. Otherwise, we'll just say inline block, like that. And then we'll say dashboard. So this will just be a link to the home page of the dashboard. All right, so let's save that and check it out. So one important thing to note is so far we've been using the Rails server command to start our Rails server, just like that. We no longer want to do that anymore because we want to make sure we get the updated Tailwind classes. So whenever we change the Tailwind classes, we want to make sure that reflects. So let's actually just run it with bin dev now. That'll make sure we get those updated Tailwind classes. So basically what that's doing is there's this proc file that gets run when you run this bin dev command, and that has this command right here which says to watch the Tailwind classes and make sure those classes are updated so we can see those styles reflecting. So just kind of important when you're developing, make sure to use the bin dev command so you get those nice classes for you. Okay, so let's go ahead and refresh this page, and we can see we have our setup here. So we have a nav bar, we have our link right here, and then we have our icon, and we have, this is the content. So this is what's being displayed from this yield tag right here. So let's go ahead and fix some of the styling just to make sure things are looking a little better. So, okay, so we're at the small screen size, so we're hiding the text for the dashboard, and we're also hiding this econ admin. So let's just make this screen a little bit bigger so we can see those. All right, so we see the dashboard right here. We don't see the icon. That's an easy fix. We just forgot an equal sign. So put that on there, and then we should see that tachometer icon, the dashboard, and then we see these, we see the logo and ecom admin. Cool. So let's get rid of the container because we don't want these gaps right here. So if we go up here and get rid of that container, we can also get rid of this margin top because we don't want that. And then we can save the file. Okay, cool. And then we also get rid of this MX auto and the padding on the X axis. Cool. So now we have this dashboard menu over here, and the content will go on the right side right here. Great. So let's go ahead and fix a couple things. So let's give some spacing between the icon and this span right here. So let's go ahead in this icon class. We can just say class, and then we can do margin right 2. Save that. And now we get this little spacing up here. Cool. So let's go ahead and add the other icons. So cool. So let's close out that LI. Go ahead and grab this block and let's paste it a couple of times to, okay. And then we can modify each of these. So for the next link, we want to link it to a different path, but we don't have those paths set up yet. So let's just have them all go to the admin path for now, just so nothing will break. And then we'll just change the text on these. So we'll change this to a products. We'll change this to categories. We'll change this to orders and save those. And then we want to change the icons. So for the products, let's just do like a shopping cart. Okay, so for the products, we can just do cart shopping. For the categories, let's do a list. So we can go ahead and put a list here. And then for the orders, let's go ahead and do a truck. So we'll do truck fast, just like that, and save that. Okay, cool. So now we have our 4 links that all take us to this admin page right here. And we have our nav bar kind of set up for the admin. So we have a basic nav bar set up for the admin. And in the next section, we are going to get started on the categories page. So let's jump over and start working on that. All right, so let's go ahead and start working on this categories page right here. We're going to use the Rails scaffold to generate a bunch of the files for us. So let's come in here and we can just run bin Rails G scaffold, and then you pass in a model name right here. So you might think we'd pass in category, but we actually want this specific endpoint to be nested under the admin route or under the admin namespace. So we can just do admin : category, and then we'll give it a few properties. So we'll give it a name, which is a string, and a description, which is text, just like that. And then we can go ahead and hit enter, and that will create a bunch of files for us. We're getting a conflict on the admin file. That's totally fine. There already is an admin file from devise that was generated, so we don't need that. So we can just say no. We can skip it. And if we scroll up here, we can see what was created. So we got this migration. We got this model. We didn't get a new admin model. That was skipped. We got this resource added to our routes file. So we got a namespace of admin and a category resource. This will make available /admin routes. So /admin/category 1 /admin/categories. You know, you can post to that and create a new category. So those were all created for us. And we got a bunch of views here. So we're going to have to go and change a couple things because we don't want our model to actually be nested inside of this admin folder here. Up here. So we don't want this category model to be nested inside of admin. So we're just going to pull that out and put it on the root models level. And then we also don't want our table to be called admin categories. We just want it to be called categories. So we're going to change that migration a little bit. So we can just go create admin categories. So we can search for that, and we can just rename this before we run it. Just rename it to categories, and we don't need to rename the class or the file name. We'd probably want to do that if this was a production application, but it's fine for now to just do that. So we'll save that file, and then we can go ahead and run that. So we can just do bin rails db migrate. That'll create the table for us. Great, so now we have that. Now all we have to do is pull out the model from this nested folder structure. So let's go ahead and find that. If we search for category, we can see this category model right here. Okay, so we went and found this new model file that was created. So let's just yank all of this, go back. We can delete that file. We can come out, we can delete this. We don't want that. So we can delete that whole folder, and then we can just create a category.rb file directly inside of the model folder, and then save that. So we just yanked that out and put the category RB file right on this root level of the models directory, just like this. Cool. So next thing we have to do is update the controller. So if we look for the categories controller, we can see it's nested under admin, and we actually do want this controller nested in the admin module, because that's what connects it to the namespace of admin and lets us have separate controllers called categories controller, but one for admins and one for the user facing side of the app. But the only thing we have to do in here is this model is no longer nested in the admin namespace. So let's just fix that right here by just removing all the references to the admin module when we're calling that model. Cool. So we can save that, and it should be good to go. So now if we call /admin /categories, we should get this route loaded, and it will load all our categories from the database and then display that index view. So let's come down here again. We can make this a little smaller, and we can run our server, and we can test it out. So if we come to /admin /categories, we should see, okay, so when I pulled that out, I forgot to rename the model. So we just need to pull that off, save it again, and refresh the page, and we get our categories page. Awesome, with a new category link and everything. Great, so now let's hook it up so that when we click this categories right here, it actually takes us to that correct page. So we can go back to the layout that we were editing in the previous lesson. So we can just search for admin and then find this layout. And if we go down to the bottom here, there's this categories link. And now instead of linking it to the admin path, we can link it to the admin categories path, just like that. And refresh the page. And now if we click this, it should take us to that same page that we manually typed in. Awesome. And we can click new category to take us to the new categories page. We'll have to edit this as well because it's tweaked. It's no longer correct here. So cool. Let's go ahead and work on this categories page. So we can create a couple categories just so we can see. So if we open up the Rails console, if we just do Rails C, that opens up the Rails console, and then we can manually create a few categories. So let's just say let's create 10 categories, and then for each of them we can just use the index kind of as the naming. So we can just say category dot create, and then we can say the name is just going to be category, and then we can pass in this index like that. So it'll be category 1 through 10, and then the description, well, we can leave it blank, but we'll just put a test in here. Okay, great. So we'll do that. That'll create 10 categories for us, and then restart our server. Now if we refresh this page, we should see 10 categories. We'll have to update this template, so let's go ahead and do that so we don't get this error. So if we open up our category, well, actually, let's just search for index. Okay, and so we have this index.html.erb view template that was created for us, and it's nested in that admin folder structure. So we can go ahead and open that. And then what is breaking is this render admin categories. So that's no good. So if we go into this folder and we go into the admin category template. So that's this right here. Any of these underscore files, those are template files that can be rendered and shared across our app, kind of like components a little bit if you think about it, if you're coming from React, so, or Vue or whatever. So if we open this one, we're getting a link, we're getting an error here. So this is saying that category path is not defined. So let's fix that. Okay, so in order to fix this, we just have to nest this in a namespace. So we just have to put admin here and then the category we want to go to. So we can refresh and that should fix that one. And then we also have to do, I think it's edit admin underscore admin category, like that. It could be the other way around. Okay, cool. So that worked. So yeah, the scaffold is nice. I would definitely recommend using it if you're kind of setting up a more standard controller and set of views, but sometimes you have to make enough modifications to all the files where it's not really worth it. Might as well just like create them all manually. But in our case, I think it saved us some time. So now we have this categories index page, and it's showing all these categories, all the test categories we created, and we can click on each one and go into the show for that, or we can click on edit and edit it. We'll have to fix that view as well. But you notice something, we don't have the nav bar anymore. So we got to fix that. That's a quick fix. So if we just go to the admin controller. Okay, so this is the admin controller that we set up our authentication on. And we can just add a layout tag here. So we can just say layout admin. So this means any controller that inherits from this controller is going to authenticate before every action, and it's going to use the admin layout. So that's great. So then all we have to do is come over here to our categories controller and switch this from application to controller to admin controller. So now all these routes are being protected by that admin before check, and then they're also all going to use the admin layout. So we can refresh and we can see that we now have the admin layout here because we told it to use this admin controller or inherit from the admin controller. So that is the basic setup for our categories page. So next we're going to just work on all the styling. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on the styling for this index page of the categories controller. So we can go ahead and open up the index. So open up that admin categories index file, and then up here we have a notice that's already set up. We have our new categories button, and then we render all the categories right here. So let's go ahead and, well, first we want to add some padding around the content, and we want to do that for every page. So that'd probably be a good thing to do in the layout. So let's just open up that admin layout one more time and add some padding around this content right here. So we just add a div around this yield tag. And then we can, okay, so let's just go ahead and add a class. Let's just do like padding, 8 around that, and then refresh the page. Cool, that looks a little better. So we just have some spacing around this page. Great, now we can go ahead, go back to the index file that we were just in for the categories, and we can start working on some styling. So instead of having every category displayed like this, we want to go ahead and do a kind of a table structure. Okay, so instead of showing each category like this, we kind of want to do a table structure. So let's go ahead and remove this. So we're no longer going to be displaying all those categories, and let's replace it with a table. Okay, so let's add a div here. We'll give it a class of flex call, and make it take up the full width. And then inside of there, we'll have another div. We'll say overflow x auto, and at small, we want 0.5 margin in the x direction. And then at large, we also want that. So let's do that. We're going to add another div here. So this is just setting up a bunch of this page structure, just so it'll look nice when we add our table. Okay, then we're going to do one more div here, and we'll say overflow x auto. Okay, so now we can finally add our table. So we're gonna add our table, and we'll say the min width is full. So we want this thing to take up the entire width that is allowed, and we'll have it scroll if it gets too big, just like that. And we want to add our table head, so we'll do t head class. We'll make it white, have a border on the bottom, t head, and now we want to add some of our well, we'll add a row, and then we'll add some of our headers, just like that. So we'll have a th here, and we'll say scope column class equals, we'll do small text, make the font medium, and we'll do text gray 800, give it some padding, and make sure it is aligned to the left. Okay, so this is one of our table headings, and then we can just close that out, and we'll put in here, we'll just put the name. Cool. So we can go ahead and grab that and put it like that, just duplicate it. Oops, just duplicate it, and then we can update this to description. So that'll be a table with two headed columns, one for name and one for description, and then we can do the body. So we'll do t body, and then with inside the body here, we want to loop over all the categories. So we get a categories.each do, grab the category here, and then close that out. And for each category, we want to create a row. Let's give this row a little background, like that, and then a border on the bottom. Okay. And then inside this, let's put some data. So right now, let's just put the name and the description. We're gonna have a few more properties later, but for now, let's just do these two. So we can say, give some padding, like that. Make sure it looks a little nice. Okay, and we're making this underline because we want this to be a link at the end of the day that will take us to the show category page. And then within here, let's just go ahead and say link to c.name, and we'll say edit admin category path, and pass that in right there. Great, so that works for the name, and now let's add another TD that will show the description of the category. Okay, so we can just do, well, let's just copy this to save some time. So we'll just copy that, paste it, and then inside of here, we'll put, we'll just do c.description, just like that. Okay, so let's reload the page here. And okay, so I'm using categories, but in our controller, I forgot what we set it up as. So if we just do categories controller, and we're calling it admin categories. Okay, so just got to change that to admin categories. We'll do admin underscore categories, save that, refresh the page. Okay, so now we have this table here. I don't know why that is not displaying the name. Link to, okay, so we forgot to wrap this in the Rails template tag. So we'll just say equals like that and close it out. And now that should be the name. Cool. So we have this categories table. So for each of these categories, I can click on it and it will take me to this edit page that we still have to fix. Click on this category. Cool. So that works. Let's remove the underline from the description and refresh. Awesome. So now we have a category name and a category description, and it displays it for all our categories. We can click new category, get taken there. So let's go ahead and fix the edit page. So if I click this, it's taking me to admin categories, then the category ID, and then edit. So we can go ahead and search for the edit file here and open that, and then we can fix this error. So it looks like that error is happening in this form. So if we go to the admin form, or the categories form, and then we can look for the error. So this is saying admin category is undefined path for this. So we might just have to wrap it like that and refresh, and that works. And then we have to fix this link down here, or I guess it's in this edit file. Got to fix these links just like we did with the index page. And then we can say edit admin categories path. And great. So at this point we have our update page or edit page working. So let's make sure it actually works when we update. So if I want to change the name to updated and I click update category, that should have updated the category, but it did not. So probably just have to fix a couple things in the controller. So if we come up here in our console, it says 400 bad request. And we can see the parameters that were passed here. So we passed a category with a name of category 1 updated, and that was thrown in set admin category. So let's go ahead and open our controller and take a look at that method and fix that. So we can just do categories controller, and when we do set admin category, so that's defined down here. This is just saying category.find and then passing in an ID. And that ID was set to 1, so that should have worked just fine. And then admin category params, so we're requiring an admin category, and that is no longer correct. So we just want to change this to category, and that should fix our issue right there. So we'll save that and go ahead and try that update one more time. So let's say updated and update the category. And now we get that notice that we successfully updated the category. And if we come back here, it's updated. Cool. So the updated page seems to be working fine. We can click on show. The show page seems to be working fine. Click on that, go back to edit. So click on that, and let's see if we can destroy this category. And that was destroyed successfully, so that's working good. Awesome. So now let's just test if we can create a new category. So we'll say new category, test, and click create. And it looks like that was created, and we got our new category down at the bottom of the table here. Great. So all of our actions, all of our CRUD actions are working. So now it's just a matter of making this look a lot better. So let's fix this button here. Let's make sure this button's over on the right side of our container. So we'll open up our index file again. Index. Okay. And come up here where that button is. So this link right here. And we want to go ahead and fix this a little bit. So let's make this a little bigger. Open up our inspect tool. And let's see how we can make that better. Okay, so this div is not taking up the full width of the container, which we want it to. So we just need to go back into our admin layout, and we need to give this width of full. So that'll take up the entire width of this container that it has available to it. Awesome. So that looks a little bit better. Okay, so next thing we want to do is let's just clean up a little bit more of the leftover stuff from the scaffolding. So we can notice if we go into show, it still says admin category here. So let's go ahead and modify that. If we open up the show template, we can change that to just say category. So we'll change that for the edit and change that for the destroy and for the back button as well. Cool. So we save that. Those just, okay, nice. So those look a little better. We'll fix the styling later, but I think what we want to do now is do our first usage of active storage. So we want to get that all set up just so we can give each of these categories an image. So let's go ahead and get that set up here. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up active storage. So first thing we want to do is come into our gem file, and we want to search for this image processing gem. The new command, it already added that, so all we have to do is uncomment it, and we can just do bundle install. That'll go fetch that image processing gem. We need this in order to create variations of our images, so for like a thumbnail or a smaller size of our image, so we can do that. Next, what we want to do is we want to run this bin rails active storage install command. And then after that, we want to run bin rails migrate or db migrate, and that will add the tables that we need for active storage. Great, so that sets up some of the tables we need for active storage. And now we want to come and we want to open our storage.yml file. Okay, so in this storage.yml file, you can see we have a test and a local variable configured, and these are both just going to save all the files locally, so to our local disk, which is totally fine. We're going to come back when we get closer to pushing this to production and uncomment this Amazon block and set this up and make sure it's working great so that our files actually go to S3 instead of just to our local disk. But we'll do that later. For now, we can just leave it like this. So next thing we need to check is open up our development.rb file and search for active storage and make sure that's set to local, which it is. So that's great. That's all we need. And let's go ahead and just do this so we don't forget it. In production, we can do active storage, and let's just set that to Amazon. So active storage, and instead of doing local, we'll just say Amazon. So that's just something we have to worry about when we're doing production, but just so we don't forget, let's change it now. So we'll save that. Okay, great. So that's all the setup we have to do. Now we have to connect our category model with the active storage methods and tables. So in order to do that, we can just open up that category file right here, and we can just say has one attached image, just like that. And that'll set everything up for us and make it so we can store an image along with this category. Great. So now everything is hooked up, and now let's just add some front-end code so we can add an image when we create a new category here. So let's start our server and refresh the page. So now we want to add a little section here where we can upload an image. So if we open this up, we can just say new category. And what we want to do is we just want to add into the form. So we'll just add a section right here. And we'll say, let's just go ahead and copy this section and paste it down here. And then instead of description, we'll say image, just like that. And instead of a text area, we just want to do a form file field like that, and set this to image, save that. And now we should have a form upload field right here. So we can click that and we can upload an image. So if I grab this image of these boots, and we can say boots is the new category name, nice looking boots, go here, and we can click create category, and that category was successfully created. So now if we come back here, we can add a image column to our table. So let's go ahead and open up that index file again, and we can add an image column. So let's go ahead and add this column. So if we come up here, we can add a table head, and let's just have this, we'll copy this and put it right here, and then we'll leave it empty. So now we have this new column, so we can come down here to our table data, and we can just say, well, let's just copy one of these. So we'll copy this, paste it there. And now instead of a link to the name or anything like that, we can just put the image. Cool, so we'll delete that. And in its place, we'll do c.image.present. So if there's an image, we can just do an image tag with that. And let's just do that for now. Otherwise, we'll do an image tag, and we'll just use this nice service for a placeholder image. So we can just go grab this from the URL, and we'll make it size of 50, and then we'll close that tag. Cool. Okay, so we forgot a question mark there, just to begin that ternary, and we forgot our closing parenthesis right there. Great. So now all of these images, or all these categories, have this image tag right here, and notice our boots did not get the image attached properly. So let's go ahead and fix that. If we open up our categories controller, we need to add to this create. So what this create is doing is it's currently just allowing these two properties. So we need to allow an image property just like that, and then we need to update that image property. So Notice category was successfully created. Awesome. So let's go ahead and allow that category or allow that image to be set. Boots to test image upload, and let's attach that image again. And we can attach multiple images, or let's just upload one image. So we can go ahead and upload one image, click create, and that should create for us. Awesome. Now if we go back to the dashboard, or excuse me, the categories, we should see that image. Cool. But this is not what we want. We don't want this image to be this big. We actually just want a 50 by 50 thumbnail. So in order to do that, if we open up our category model again, we can add some different variants to our category, to our image. So let's go ahead and do that. And all we have to do in order to do that, okay, so in order to do that, we can just say do attachable, and then in here we can just add some variants. So we can say attachable dot variant, and then we can give it a thumb, resize to limit, and let's just do 50 by 50. Cool. And then we can go ahead and end that. So that should make it so this is now a 50 by 50. Well, actually, that's not the case. We have to go update our index page real quick. So now instead of just rendering this image tag, we can say .image.variant, and then we'll say thumb, like that. So that'll render the thumbnail variant of our image. Forgot a parenthesis here, save that. And now we should get the thumbnail variant. Awesome. So now that's just loading a much smaller version of our image, less bandwidth, less overhead, and we only need it to be 50 by 50 anyways, so it's perfect being that size. Great. So that's how easy it is to get set up with images with Rails. We'll come back later and connect S3 when we're ready to start deploying the app, but for now, that should work great. So we can come in here and we can update the category if we want. We could update its image to a jacket, update category. Now if we come back here, the image is now a jacket. We could do the same thing for one of these ones that don't have an image, update that, and that's now a boot. So that seems to be working great. We can create a new one. We can add the image right here when we create it, or we can add an image when we update it. Cool. So that's pretty straightforward. We're going to come back and do a little bit more styling on this page later, but let's set up some products next. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up our basic product scaffolding just like we did with the categories. So we'll come down into our terminal and we'll run bin rails g scaffold admin : product, and then we want to give this a couple properties. So we'll give it a name, which is a string, description, which is text, a price, which is an integer, and then we'll say category references. So we have a foreign key to a category, and then we'll just say active is a Boolean. So we'll go ahead and run that. Once again, we don't need the admin model, so we can say no on that. And that created the migration that we'll need, the model file, the controller, and all the views. So let's go ahead and update that migration just like we did with the categories one. So we'll search for create admin products and update this table name to just be products. Everything else should be good. Then we'll go look for this product model and we'll grab all of this stuff and we'll delete the file, go out, delete this whole folder, and then we'll just create a product.rb file on the root and paste that in, save that. Then we'll go ahead and go, well, before we do that, we got to make sure to remove that admin module from there. Then we'll go into the products controller and we will delete all these admin model or module prefixes here because we updated the model to no longer be nested under the admin folder. I think there's one more down here. Cool. Let's also go down here and change this to just be product instead of admin product. So that should work well for us. And then while we're at it, let's just go into some of the views that we're going to be using right off the bat and fix those up. So if we go into our index page, new category path, that looks good for each of these. Oh, so this is the wrong one. This is the category index page. We want the products index page. Okay, so new admin product path, that looks good. Let's go into this product template. We got the name, description, price, category ID, active. Cool, so we just got to add an admin nested namespace here. And then we have to add edit admin product here. Okay, that looks good. Let's go into the form and fix the form. So this has to be admin like that, and then let's see the link, the submit here, that looks good. Okay, cool. Now let's go to the admin layout and let's make it so the products link actually works. So instead of taking us to the admin path, let's instead make it go to the admin products path like that and save it. And now if we refresh the page, oh, we got to start our server. Refresh the page. Oh, and we got to run that migration first. Okay, now we should be able to see it. So let's refresh here. And now if we click on products, it should take us to this products page. One thing we forgot to do is in the products controller, we just want that to inherit from the admin controller, just so we get that layout and the authentication as well. Cool, so now we can switch back between these two pages. Let's go ahead and create a new product. So we can do it through the UI here. So we can say test product, test, test. Let's make it, $10 here. And then we'll pick a category and click create. Cool, so we got that created. Now let's work on this index page. So once again, we want to have a table kind of similar to our categories with a little thumbnail of each product, and we want to be able to click on the name to take to the show page, and we'll also display the price and whatnot. So let's work on that. Let's open up this index file here for the products. Oops, that was the builder file. So we want this one right here. And now instead of rendering each of the products like this, let's rip that out. Let's actually steal some stuff from the categories index page. So we can come up here and we can select this entire div. So all of this, this is gonna be, let's see which one we want here. This guy, okay. So we can grab all that, come over to the products page, the index page, and then we can just paste it right there. And now instead of looping over admin categories, we'll do admin products like that, and then we'll update some of these columns. So we want the name, we want the description, but we also want to show the price. So we'll do price here, and that should be good for now. Cool. One thing that's not going to work is we haven't set up product images yet, so we can go ahead and do that, but let's save this and try it out first. Actually, let's add our price first. So we'll do c.price, and these c's we'll actually change them to p's. So we'll do p, and change this one to p, and up here where we loop over them. Great, so that should work, except for we don't have images yet, but let's just refresh the page and see if that works. Yeah, so we don't have images, so we need to set that up. So just like we did for the category, so if we come over to the category model, we did this where it says has one attached. So we're going to do something similar, but products can have multiple images. So instead of doing has one attached, we're going to do has many attached, but we can just reuse this here, go into the product model file, paste that there, and then say has many attached, and then we'll just say this is images, and then we can also have a thumb. We're going to want a thumb for these product images as well. Cool, so that should be good, except for we'll have to change our view because now we're calling it images. So if we go into that index view again, come down here, we'll just say we'll just say p.images dot any, like that. So if there are any images, let's just do the first image. So p.images dot first dot variant, and otherwise we'll just display that 50 by 50 blank image page. Cool. So this product doesn't have an image, so it correctly has the blank image page right there. We can see the price. Let's format that price real quick just to make it look a little nicer, because we're doing everything in cents, so we want to just format that a little bit. So we'll say divided by 100.0, and then we'll just say toString on that. So toString, and then let's go ahead and put a $sign in front of there. Oh, save that. There we go. Okay, so we got $10 for the price. Cool. So now let's go ahead and click on new product, and we don't have a way to upload images for a product, so we're gonna have to set that up. So if we go into the new file for the products, we can go ahead and edit the form and make sure that this images can be uploaded. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do it right below the description. So we'll grab this description block, add it here, and then we'll say images, like that, images. I don't think we need that. Okay, just like that. And change this text area to a file field. And on this one, we actually want to allow multiple, so we can say multiple true. So now you can upload multiple images using this. Great. So let's go over here and refresh the page, and now we have this images. So let's create a new product within images. So we can say test prod with image, say test prod with image, test image. Come down here. Let's select 2 images, upload those. Let's make it $10 again. And then the category, we're going to fix this later. This should be a drop down of all the categories. Let's make that product active. And our product was successfully created. Great. So if we come back here, we're not getting the image, and that's because we did not allow the images property to be set in the controller. So if we do products controller, come down here, we want to allow an images property to be passed in here. So we can just come down here and add a permitted parameter called images, and that's just an array. Cool. So now we should be able to create a product with an image. Test with image. Test upload 2 images, and set it to $10 and active. Awesome. So that product was created. And if we go back to the dashboard, we can see the image. The first image is being used as the cover image here. And we can go in here and we could edit the image if we wanted to. Cool. So that lets us create a new product with images. Let's go ahead and let's fix this category thing on the new page. So if we go back to the new template and go to the form, let's go ahead and set this form. If there are images, let's just show all the images right above, or right above the input where you can display the image. So okay, so let's display in this form. Let's display the images that are already attached to the model if it has images. So in order to do that, let's just say if admin product.images.any. So if there are any images already associated with this product, let's just loop over all of them like that. So we're just doing admin product images.each, and then for each image we're creating an image tag and just displaying the image there. So for the new route, it should look the exact same, but if we go to the edit route, so if we go to update, if we click on here, this takes us to update. So it should show us the product images. So if we click here, there should be an image being displayed here. Oh, so if we come back here to the products and we click test with image. Okay, so let's go ahead and update our table in the index page. because our links are broken. They're taking us to the categories page instead of the product page. So if we come in here, that's because we just copied this from, Okay, so we want to do edit admin product path. So that'll fix that. And then we can give it a save. Cool. So now if we click here, it should take us to the edit product page that we have to fix. So let's go to edit products, link to, and once again, we got to wrap this with the admin and then admin products path. Okay, so that should work. And now we can see that we're showing the images that we've already uploaded to this product, and we're showing all the other data that we can update. So we do update product, go back to products, we can see that this was updated. Now the problem with this, as you can see, is it removed our images. So we need to modify the controller to preserve our old images so they don't get overwritten every time we update the product. That's pretty easy. We can just go to product controller, and within our update method, so within this update method right here, we can just modify it so we preserve our images. So how we do that is we can just say, so let's just start from scratch here. And how we can do that is we can just say at admin product equals product dot find params ID. So we're just fetching the product that we want to update. And we'll say if product dot update product params dot reject. And we'll look at all the keys here. We'll say a key of images. So basically we just want to update, we want to use all the params, and this is admin products params, admin product params. So we just want to basically use all the params except for images, right? We don't want to update those because that's always going to be empty if we're not selecting a new image. So that would overwrite all our images to empty. So we don't want that. So instead, what we want to do is we say, okay, so if that exists, then we want to say admin product params images. Yep, pretty much what this is suggesting. We'll say admin product params and then images dot each do image, and then we'll say at admin product dot images dot attach image, just like that. And then we'll end it, we'll end that, and we'll end that, and another end. Okay, then what we want to do is say, okay, so else, put an else here, say else. What we want to do is just render the edit page, and we can show an error like that. Cool. Okay, so we want to edit this to admin product, and that should work. So what this is doing is we're just fetching the product we want to update, then we're updating it with all the params except for this images params. We're removing that from the hash that we're using to update the product, okay? And then if there were images in that parameter, then we just loop over each image and attach it to the admin product. So this will make it so our images don't get overwritten. So okay, so what we want to do here is at the end of this if statement, we just want to redirect to the admin products path, and we can attach a notice that just says product updated successfully, just like that, and save that. And so now if we edit this product again, we add another image, it shouldn't overwrite this image. So if we click on here, now we have two images. We can upload a third, and it will have three images, etc. So it's not updating. If we just update the title, none of the images are going to be affected. Cool. So that's working well. Okay, so next let's go ahead and update this category to be a select dropdown of all the existing categories. So we don't have to type in a number here and just guess what the category ID is. We can actually have a dropdown and select those. Okay, so if we want to make this right here a select box instead of, or a select dropdown instead of an input, what we need to do is let's go ahead and open up the new product form. So if we want to make this a select, what we need to do is open up the new template, and then we want to go to the form. So we'll go to the form, find where we're doing the category, and then instead of doing a text field, what we want to do is a collection select field, just like that. Okay, and then we have to add a few more properties to get it to work. So what we want to add as the values here is just grab all the categories, order them by name, and then we want to use the ID as the value. Cool. So now when we click new product, we can say test with category drop down. Okay, and we can just do test and upload a file here for the image and set the price to $10, and then we can just select what category we want. So let's just say new category and mark it as active, create the product. Now if we go out here, we can see our new product, test with category dropdown, and if we click on it, we can see it's part of the new category. We could update that to a different category if we want, and that will just display like that. Cool. So that's easy enough. That's how we can make this category a select dropdown. Okay, so we're in the form for the product. So let's go ahead and add another div here right below the active checkbox, and let's just delete what's inside of it. And what we're just going to add here is a link to. So we're going to call this product stock, and we're going to have it go to the admin product stocks path, and then we're going to pass in the admin product, and let's just give it a class of underline, and okay. So that'll give us this link right here, and when we click it, it'll take us to this product that we're editing, its index page for the stock that are associated with it. So let's go ahead and click it, and we have an error in that template. So let's go ahead and open up the index template for the stocks, just right here, and fix that. So this is linking to new admin stock path. So it should be, because we nested it inside of the product resource, it's going to have to be new admin product stock path, just like that. So that should fix that error. Cool. So now we have our index page right here with a link to our new page. And what our index page is going to do is just loop over all the stock that's associated with this product and display it. And then if we click new stock, that'll take us to the new form, which we have to go fix. So let's go in here and make sure we nest this properly. Okay, so it's in the form, and we need to go ahead and add the admin here and the product here, and then that should work. Okay, and then it looks like this is coming from the, where is this coming from? Okay, so this is coming from that new page as well, and we just need to have the product prefix here, so product, just like that, and then that should work. Okay, so now we have this new form that we can enter in a size. So let's just say, size 10, and we have 5 of those in stock, and we don't actually need this. We are going to be linking it via the URL. So it's already in the URL right here, is product 5. So we don't actually need this. So we can go ahead and get rid of that in the form. So if we go to the form, come down here, we can just get rid of that product ID, and instead we can pass in the product right here. So we can do admin product, just like that, and that should work for us. Okay, so we need to actually set that in the controller, so like that. And then if we go to the stocks controller, so stocks controller, and then go to the new, we can load the product here. So we can just say product equals, yeah, exactly, product.find params, and then the product ID right there. Cool. So that would load the product that we're building the stock for, and then it gives us a new empty stock as well. So if we save those, we should refresh the page, and we should be able to see the form. Let's double check here. Let's go to our views, admin, stocks. Let's go to the form. Okay, so it's saying undefined method admin stocks path. Okay, so we're just calling it product. Okay, so let's search for form again and come in here, get rid of this and just put product like that. Awesome. So now it's linked to the product automatically. We don't have to, fiddle around with what ID we want to link it to. It's just going to be linked automatically. So now let's click create stock and we get an error here. All right, so let's check out our stock controller and see what's going on. So when we create the stock, we're doing stock.new admin stock params. So let's just double check that. It's accepting a stock with a size, amount, and a product ID. Okay, and that looks good. Let's see what's going on. New admin product stock. Do size 10, 1. Create. Okay, so it's erroring out. Okay, so found out the issue here. In our controller, if we come down here, we're not passing in a product ID anymore in these admin stock params. That's actually going to be coming from the URL params that are outside of this stock right here. So if you notice, we have a stock property, and that's a hash with two properties, the size and the amount. The product ID is actually out here now because it's coming from the URL. So to fix that, we can just come to the create method and we can grab that and we can just say product equals product.find. Yep, just like that. And then instead of creating the admin stock like this, we can just say admin stock equals product. Yeah, exactly. So we can do product.stocks.new admin stock params, just like that. And we can get rid of that. So we just had to create it a little differently because we are using the product ID from the URL. Okay, so if we refresh this page, it should work now when we click create stock. Okay, so we had another error. That's just easy to fix. So we can go to our product model and we can just say has many stocks, just like that. Okay, so we just had to add that has many to fix that issue. And we have another issue here that's in the controller. So stocks controller. So now we've redone the way the create method handles creating product stocks. So let's go ahead and fix a few of these URLs. So this we want to be redirect to admin, and we want to do product stock URL, and then we can pass in the product here. So we'll pass in the product, and we can go ahead and fix the other ones down here. So we can say admin product stock URL, and then we can pass in the product here when it's available. So we could just do admin stock dot product like that. And if we come down here to this last one, we can also update this URL. So product stocks URL. Okay. So now if we go ahead and refresh this page, and add a size, we can do size 10, amount 1, and click create. We get redirected to this show page that has an error on it. So let's go fix that. So we can do show and go to this, that was the JBuilder. So we'll do show and go to here. And then we need to update this URL. So edit admin stock path. So it's edit admin product stock path like that. And then this is admin product stock path like that. Okay, so we can refresh the page. So if I click create here, it should create it, and then we get redirected to the show. It looks like we're having one other issue here for the destroy. So now we're having this as well. So if we just come down here and fix this by just putting product here, that should fix it. So now we click create. So now we get redirected to the individual stock page, so we can see it was created, we can see its size, the amount, and we can see what product it's for. We can edit the stock, destroy it, or we can go back. Okay, so we've got a few more things to fix here. Let's go ahead and add product to this path. So we can do admin product stocks path. Next, we want to edit the stock file. So this is a file that is used when we display a stock with a template. And we can come in here and we have to fix these two links. So this link, we need to add admin, and then we can add the product here. So that will take us to the edit page or the show page. And then we need to fix the edit path right here. So we can do edit admin product stock path. And then we can pass in the stock.product in there as well. So now when we click product stocks, we see all the stocks. We can go to this show page, go back, we can edit. Oh, looks like we have an issue in the form as well. So let's go ahead and open that up and fix that. So we are getting undefined admin stock path. Okay, so our issue here is we have an undefined product. So let's go ahead and go to the stocks controller, just like that. And in this edit method right here, we can just set the product. So we do product equals product.find params product ID, like that. And then we can set admin stock equal to stock.find params ID, just like that. Okay, so now both of those should be defined. And so if we go back to our browser here and refresh the page, we should get that error to pass. Now we're just getting a link error that is in the edit HTML file. So let's open up that and come down to these links and fix that. So this just has to be prefixed with admin and then the product. So we can do product like that. Okay. And then this is admin product stocks path, like that. So that should work. Okay, so now we can see the edit page, and we can go back to the index and we can edit a stock. So if we, if we're going to have this feature added automatically, that stock will get reduced. But if we ever get more stock, we can come in here and add stock, say, okay, now we have 5, and go ahead and update that. And that should update it. Yep, so it updates. So it looks like everything's working. We can add a new size here, and we can say there's one in size 12, and that looks like it works fine. And now we have a bunch of stocks in size, or we have a bunch of sizes in stock. Cool, so this is the concept of stock, and we're gonna come back and add some more features to this when we do our Stripe checkout. So when a user checks out via Stripe, we'll get a webhook that will tell us what orders, what items were in their order, and we're going to automatically decrement the stock by the right amount, and that way we'll just keep our system in sync and we won't let people order items that are out of stock. Okay, so speaking of orders, let's go ahead and set up the orders page next. Okay, so there's one other thing we want to fix with stocks. Notice if you come into a product and we click edit stock or product stocks, we see all the stocks for all the different items. So we're under product 1 and we're currently seeing product 5's stock. So that's not quite how we want it to work. So let's go ahead and fix that. Okay, so if we go to the stock controller right there. Now on our index, we want to filter these by not all, but just the ones with the correct ID. So we'll do stock.where product ID equals params product ID, just like that. And we'll save that. So now if we come back and we go to a product stock for product 5, we should see all of product 5 stock. And now if we go to product like this product 1, there are no stocks unless we create a new one. So we can just do large create, and now we see one stock for that item, and we still see no stocks for this item. Awesome. So that's more how we want it to work. So that's great. Let's go ahead and start working on this orders page now. We'll come back and flesh some things out with the product stock when we do the Stripe checkout. Okay, so we want to, when we click on this orders page, we want to be taken to an orders route and then show an index of all the orders, and then we can filter them by if they've been fulfilled or not. So let's go ahead and set up the models first and all the views with scaffold. So we'll do bin rails g scaffold, once again, admin : order. So we're going to be creating an order model, and an order has a couple of properties. Have an email, which is a string. Actually, let's name it customer email, and that's a string. And then we have the fulfilled property, which is a Boolean. Next, we have a total, which is an integer, and that's just going to be the total dollar cost of the order. Next, we have an address. That's going to be a string as well. And then we're going to get some default created at and updated at columns. So it looks like that's all we need right there. So let's go ahead and enter. Okay, let's open up this migration once again and edit it a little bit. So we can do create admin orders like that. And we can delete that. So it's just called orders. And then we can open up the model, delete this. So it's just on the root, yank that out, delete that, order.rb, paste it in, save it, go to the order controller. Oop, we want that. Make it inherit from the admin controller. And then we can go down and remove this admin module from all of these. Okay, let's go forward here. All right. Make this just an order instead of an admin order, like that. And awesome, so everything looks good. Let's go ahead and run the migration here. You can do bin rails db migrate to add that table. Okay, and then we'll do bin dev, and we'll come and add a link to the orders index page in our admin layout. So if we search for our admin layout here, search for a layout, go to the admin, come down here, and then we can do a link to the admin orders path like that, and refresh the page, click that, and we get the orders index page. Great. Let's go ahead and create a few dummy orders like we have in the past, just to make sure we can double check our work and see those orders being displayed. So let's make 10 orders for now. And we'll do order.create and customer email. We'll do address. Do total 1,000, address 123 West Road. Okay. And that looks good. So we'll just do 10 of those and restart our server. Okay, now we can start fixing a bunch of these links that are incorrect. So we'll come into here and do link to show order. So this will be admin order. This will be edit admin order. So those should fix those. And now we can see all of our orders here. Let's just run through all the operations and fix things as we encounter them. So it looks like the show page is working okay. Edit page has an error. So let's go to that form. Let's go to the form for the order. Yep. And we'll come down here and fix this. Oh, it's actually at the top here. Fix this. We'll do admin like that. That should take care of that error. And then we can fix these links in the edit page. So come to edit for the orders. Come down to these links, and we need to do admin here like that. We need to do admin orders path. Okay. Refresh the page. Okay, so now we have the edit page that is showing correctly. Let's see if the create page is showing correctly. It is. The show page is working. Okay, so let's test if we can create a new order from here. we can just say test example.com. Don't mark it as fulfilled. The total will be there, 1, 2, 3 road, and we'll click create. And it looks like that was created successfully. So let's just double check. At the bottom here, test example. Okay, yep, looks good. Then we can see if we can edit an order. So let's go ahead and edit this to test 1, 2, 3, update the order. Okay, so that's working well. And let's see if we can delete it. Nice, so everything looks like it's working great. Cool, so now once again, we don't want to show the orders like that. We want to show them in a table. So let's just go ahead and do that real quick. So we can come over to the index page for the orders, and we can go ahead and edit the page and make it a table. So let's actually borrow code once again from the products table. So if we go to that index page, grab this entire div up until here, then we can come back to our orders index, and we can go ahead and paste that. So let's make some space here, paste it, and then we can remove that section. Okay, and then swap this out with orders. So let's show the order. So let's show the customer email. So this will be customer email. Okay, this will be the total, and this will be, well, let's put the total after the address. So we have the address like that, and then we have the total price or total cost of the order. So let's just show those three things for now. This is going to be admin orders, I believe. We can double check that. If we go to the orders controller, look for the index route, and this is getting set as admin orders. So that is correct. So for each order, we just want to loop over it, and there's not going to be an image associated with the order. So we can get rid of that. Instead, we want to display the customer email. So that's just going to be the order.customer email like that. Make sure to change this to an O up here to represent the order. And this is going to be the order total, or excuse me, the order address. So like that. And then this is going to be the order total like that. Okay. And then we don't need this column, so we can get rid of that. Okay. Get rid of this empty one. Actually, you know what? Let's show the ID. So we'll do order ID here, and then we can go ahead and add another table data to just show the ID, and then we can link out to the ID. So we'll just say link. We can say link to. We'll put the ID here, and then we'll say we want to link it to the admin order, just like that, and maybe give it an underline class, class underline, and save that. And that looks pretty good. So let's refresh the page, just double check. So we have our customer email here. We can remove the underline from that. Don't want that. And we also don't want it on the address. Okay, cool. So now we can see all of our orders. We can see their IDs, the email from the customer that ordered them, and the address that it needs to go to, and the total. Great. Next thing we want to do is, well, first let's just test if we click on an order, if it will take us to the order show page, and it does, so that's great. So we get our email, we get all the data we could see back on that index page. So let's go back here. Okay, so next thing we want to do is introduce the concept of fulfillment. So let's go ahead and modify the controller just a little bit. So if we go to the order controller, we're grabbing all the orders right now, but what we want to do is we want to grab, we want to split the orders. So we want to split them based on their fulfillment status. So in order to do that, what we want to do is just do an order by, or do a where fulfilled. So we can do where, and then fulfilled is false. Okay. And that's going to filter by just, orders that are false. And we can order them by, so let's do created at ascending. So we want the oldest orders to be on the top of the list, so we can make sure we expedite their delivery and get them to the customer. So this is good. Okay, so let's go ahead and rename this as not fulfilled orders. Okay, and then we're gonna have another variable as fulfilled orders. Yep, just like that. And the only difference here is this is set to true. So we're grabbing all orders that are already fulfilled. So now we have two separate groups of orders. So if we go back to our index page for the orders, we can go ahead and edit that, and we can split them into two. So this will be, first we want to display the not fulfilled orders. So not fulfilled orders. Okay. And then we want to copy, we can copy this entire thing like that. And then instead of looping over the not fulfilled orders, we can loop over the fulfilled orders. So we should have two tables now. And this is showing our, so the reason this is only showing one order is because all of our orders are set to nil for fulfilled. So let's go ahead and update that. So if we go into the console here and we do order.all.update all fulfilled false. Okay, so that updates all of our orders to being not fulfilled. And then we can just do bin dev, start up the server again, and refresh the page. Now we have all of our orders. So now all of these are marked as unfulfilled, and this is the fulfilled table down here. So let's add, a little separation just so we can see the difference here. So if I add an H2 and just say unfulfilled, or excuse me, this would be fulfilled orders, like that. Now we can see the separation between these two tables, and then we could go ahead and add that as well up here just above, and just say unfulfilled orders, just like that. Okay, cool. So now we have these two separate tables. So if I was to mark one of these orders as fulfilled, so if I just come in here and mark one of these as fulfilled, so let's just say order.last.update fulfilled true, like that. Okay, and then I refresh the page, and then I refresh the page, I should see that order is now in the fulfilled orders table. Great. So that looks good to me. We're going to come back here and fix some stuff, change some stuff around when we add the concept of a product order or an order product. And so for every order, there can be, one or many products within it. So we need to have a table that will link products with orders. So in the next video, we're going to go ahead and set up that model and link it to the orders and products. Okay, so next we're going to create a model and a table called order products. And this is kind of a joins table that joins a product to an order. And so we can tell what items need to be included in a shipment for a specific order. So let's create that. We're not really going to use the scaffold here because we don't need any views for this or any routes, because this is just purely for linking two models together. So we're just going to go ahead and do this manually here. So if we go, we can just create a migration. So we can say, or actually we're going to use the model generator instead of the scaffold generator. So it will just create the model and the migration for us here, and some tests. So we'll do bin rails g model, and then we can call the model order product or order products. So order product, like that. And then what we want this to have is a product ID, and that's going to reference the product column, or the ID column on the products table. So we'll do product, and that references, and then we will do order, and that references an order. And then we'll do size. So this is a string. This just is saying, okay, what size product did the customer order? And then quantity, which is an integer, and that should be good. So we'll click enter. That will create our migration and model. Let's just double check our migration looks good before we run it. So we have this table here that's called order products. So that looks good. And then we have a column that references the product table and order table. And we have a size and a quantity. And then we have some timestamps. Cool. So everything looks good there. So we can go ahead and run that migration. Let's just do bin rails db migrate. Cool. And then we can go into, let's double check this order product model. Order product. So that has a belongs to a product and it belongs to an order. So that looks good. So now we can go to the product and we can say has many order products. Save that. And we can also come to the order and say has many order products. So this just lets us run, order products to fetch all of an order's products. So once we have those, that looks good. And now what we can do is let's test it out. So if we add a order product to one of these orders over here, so we can enter the Rails console and we can grab an order. We can just say order equals order dot first, and we can say order dot order products like that, and that would fetch all the order products, and right now there are none. So we can do dot create, and now we just have to pass a product ID. So we can just say product ID. Let's say we ordered, product 2, and we can say the size is medium, quantity is 1, and then we can go ahead and save that. And now if we do order dot order products, you should see that there's one order product here. So this is linked to a product and to an order, and it has a size and a quantity. Okay, so now what we want to do is if I click on this order, so if I do order.id, it's the second order. So if I click on this order 2, I want to be able to see all the products that are in this order. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's add that to the show page. So if we refresh the page here, right now it just shows the customer email, if it's filled or not, the total and the address. And then below this, we want to show all the order products or all the products that are that belong to this order. So let's go ahead and do that. We open up the show page for the order. And then if we go ahead and open up the order template, we can come down here and we can just add all the products that belong to this order here. Cool. So let's do that now. Let's say if order.order products.any. So if there are any order products, we want to display them all. So we can just say order.order products.each do. We can say product like that. And then we will just display them. So let's display them kind of similar to this. So let's go ahead and let's actually grab just this line, put this right inside here, and then we'll go ahead and just put each order or each product name. So we can do, and let's go ahead and rename this P to OP. So we can do OP just to make it a little more clear. And we can say op.product.name like that. And then let's put the size and the quantity. So we can do op.size. And then we can do op.quantity like that. Go ahead and give that a save, refresh the page, and now we can see we have these listed here. And oops, let's go ahead and update this to products. Okay, cool. So now we can see we ordered within this order, we ordered a item called test prod, test prod with image in size medium, and we ordered one of those. Great. We will come back and fix a bunch of this styling later, but right now we're just getting the basic scaffolding set up for all the functionality. So that looks good to me. Great. So in the next video, let's go ahead and work on a sign out button for the admin so they can sign out of the admin portal. And yeah, so we'll pick up where we left off in the next section. Okay, so in this section, let's go back to the layout for the admin, and we'll add another link. So let's copy one of these LIs and paste it just at the very bottom. And then this one, we want to have it be a button that the admin can click to sign out. So we can just say sign out like that. And then we want to link to the admin devise path. So devise, if we come to a route, let's just get our routes up here. So if we come to this route, we can see that devise creates a bunch of routes for us. And so one of the routes that it automatically created for us when we ran the install script was a route to log out. So you can come down here and view that. So it should be the session route, admin session. Okay, destroy admin session path. So if we hit this path, it will destroy the admin session, thus logging them out. So we want to send a delete request to that path in order to log the admin out. So in order to do that, we can just say destroy admin session path. So that'll make sure our request goes to the correct URL. And then in here, we can do data like this. And so Rails 7 comes pre-installed with Turbo. And so in order to make our request work correctly with Turbo, we just have to write turbo method like that. And then we have to say the method is delete. So we want to use delete. And then we can also use something that's very handy called turbo confirm. And this just asks the user if they're sure they want to take this action before doing it. So that's just kind of nice so they don't accidentally log out. Okay, and then we also want to change our icon. So let's change our icon to sign out, and then we can go ahead and go back to that admin portal page, and we see this new sign out link. So if I click this, I should get a confirmation box, and then if I click OK, I should be logged out, and that redirects me to the home page. So if I try to go back to admin like this, I can't. I get redirected to the sign in page. If I try to go to admin / products/1, that also blocks me. Well, yeah, that's not a route, but it's admin /products/1. So that would redirect me as well. And the way I can get back to the admin portal is, just by logging in. Once I log in, then I can access all of these pages once again. Cool. So that is the sign out button. So in the next section, let's set up a little bit of the dashboard. So on the dashboard, we want to display some daily stats for the admin, just so they can quickly see how their store is doing today, and then a weekly chart so they can track their revenue over the last 7 days. And then we also want to just display some of the most recent orders, unfulfilled orders, just so they can keep tabs on that, make sure those orders are being fulfilled from this one page. So let's go ahead and work on that in the next video. All right, so in order to edit this page right here, we can edit the admin controller. So this index action right here is where we can set some data, and then we can use that in our views. So for example, if we wanted to fetch, all the orders, we could set orders equals order.all, and then we could use this order variable in the admin home index route or index view. So let's go ahead and set some variables that we can use in our view. Okay, so let's go ahead and fetch just the last 5 unfulfilled orders. And so we can just call that orders. We can say order.where fulfilled is false. And then we can order it by created at descending. So these are the most recent orders, and then we can just take 5. So just select 5 of those. Great. So that's what we'll display in a table for the admin to quickly see the most 5 recent orders. Next, we can add a hash called quick stats. And we can set that equal to a hash here, just like this. Get rid of that. And inside of this hash, we're going to have a couple properties. So let's do a sales property. And this is just going to be all of the sales, or how many sales we've had today. So we'll do from midnight to now. So that'll be all the sales we've had in the last day. And then we can just, return the count of that. The next thing we want to do is revenue. This will be all the total amount of money that we've made from all of our sales today. So we can say where created at, once again, is now.midnight to time.now. And then we can sum this up. So we can sum up the total column for all those, and then let's just round it just so we have a nice looking number there. Next, we can do the average sale. So this will just be the average revenue we generate from a sale. So we'll do order.where created time.now, midnight, time.now, and then we can just do the average of the total and then round that as well. And finally, let's do per sale. So how many items do we make, or how many items are in each sale on average? So we can just do order product.joins. And so we'll join our order table to our order products. And then we want to go ahead and, so we'll say .joins order, and then .where orders, and then we'll do created at, just the orders that were created today. We just want to get that, and then we can look for the average quantity that was in each order. Great. So those will give us 4 stats that we can show on the dashboard. If we come right below, let's go ahead and set up some data for a graph we're going to be displaying. So we're going to be displaying a line chart that shows how much revenue we've made each day for the last 7 days. So let's go ahead and set up some data for that. So we can say orders by day. So we want to split our orders into sections based off what day they were placed. So we can just say any order that was created greater than 7 days ago, like this, and then we can order it by created at. Okay, so this will just grab us all of the orders that were created in the last 7 days, and then order them by their created at dates. Next, we can do orders by day, and we just want to do a little more filtering. Do orders by day, and we can group them by the date that they were created. So we can do order dot created at dot to date. Okay, so that will just order them or group them by the created at date. Next thing we want to do is we want to set up revenue by day. So this is how much revenue we've made per day. So that can just be orders by day dot map. So we're going to go over each day, and then for all the orders for that day, we want to go ahead and set a nice formatted string here for the date. So this will just be the day of the week, and then we can do orders.sum. So we can just sum up all of the orders for that day's prices, just like that. Cool. So that will give us an array of days of the week, as well as a single number that represents how much money we made on that day. Great. And then what we need to do is we need to go backfill some data. So if, let's say we didn't have an order in one day, this is going to not work properly because we would only have 6 days. And so we'd be missing a day. So if we didn't have an order, a day with an order, we just want to set the revenue to 0. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's first check if we don't have 7 days. So if revenue by day dot count is less than 7. So that means we didn't have a full set of data over the last 7 days. Let's just go ahead and say we're going to make a array here of days of the week that we can kind of loop over, and we want it to start on Monday. So say Monday, Tuesday, yeah, just like that. Cool. So we got days of the week. Next thing we want to do is just make this hash here where we can store our data. So we'll say revenue by day .2h, and then what we can do is we can get the current day. So let's just make sure we get the current day because we want that to be at the very right of the graph. So the graph is going to be moving linearly from left to right, and each point on the x-axis is going to be a day. So we'll say the current day equals days, or excuse me, equals date.today dot string from time, and let's just get the day of the week like that. And this format right here, this just gives you the day of the week. So it just gives you Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. Okay, so that's the current day. And then we want to find the index of the current day. So we'll say days of week dot index current day like that. And then we can say, okay, what's the next day's index? And that is equal to the current day's index plus 1. And then we can modulus that with days of week dot length. Awesome. Next thing we can do is we can get ordered days with current last. So this is just going to order everything, and so our current day is the last in the array. That way, when we display it on the graph, the last data point at the very right will be today's date, just to make it look nicer. So of the week, and we can do next day index to -1 and plus days of week. And then we can do from 0 to next day index. Awesome. Next we can do complete ordered array with current last, and that's just equal to the ordered days with current last dot map, and we can do the day, and then we can just return the day and the data hash dot fetch day 0, just like that. Great. And then finally we can calculate revenue by day again, and that's just equal to complete ordered array with current last. Okay, cool. So basically, if we had 7 days of data, we wouldn't have to do any of this complex stuff we just did. All that would happen is we'd just fetch all the orders for those 7 days, sum up the totals, and return that data. But if we didn't have 7 days over that continuous time frame of the last 7 days, then we would need to backfill some of the data with zeros. So that's what we're doing here. We're just saying set the data to 0 if we don't have a day. So if we don't have one of these days in the array, just create one and set it to 0. All right, great. So I believe we have all the data we need. So now we can go ahead and go to the admin index page. So if we search for index, go to this admin index page, we're here on the admin home. First thing we can do is just display some of those daily stats that we set up. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so let's set up some basic structure just so it'll look nicer. So let's add a div here, and this is going to be like one of our containers. So let's make it flex justify between, and then flex wrap margin top, give it a full width, put the item center, and then let's give it a max width as well. So that'll be kind of our outer container. Inside there we can just let's put an h2, give it a class as well, text 2xl, gray 800, make it medium, give it some margin on the bottom here, and then we can just say daily stats. Okay, so that'll kind of be our label for the data. Then we can make another div where our stats are going to live. So this will be flex as well. Let's put a little spacing between each item. At medium, let's make it a row. Justify everything with space between. Make it take up the full width. Okay, so that looks good. And then we can add, we can start adding little cards where we can display the daily stats. So let's add the first one, and then we can just copy it and change the data inside of it. So let's just say, let's turn that off. Disable. Okay, so we got a div here, class, and what we want this card to look like is we want them to be kind of nice looking little cards. And so let's just code that up real quick. Rounded, overflow is hidden, shadow XL, gradient to R from gray 400 to gray 300, like that. So I'll just give it a nice little gradient. And then within these cards, this is where we'll kind of be displaying the data. So we'll format it with another class just to separate some of the, the headings from the actual data. Give it some padding here. Okay, and then we got one more div where we're going to actually store the name of this stat. So we'll make it bold. Make the text extra large, margin bottom, and then text will be gray 50, like that, or it's just text white like that. And then in this we want to put revenue. So our first thing we're going to display is just how much revenue we've made today, and then we'll put the actual data in a p tag down right below it. So we'll just say text white, text base, and then close that out. And now here's where we're going to access our quick stats. So let's put a $, and then let's just say at quick stats. So quick stats, revenue. And if that doesn't exist, so if that does exist, obviously we're going to display the data there like that. Make sure we make it like this. And then if it doesn't exist for some reason, we'll just show 0. So let's go ahead and refresh this page and see if we're getting, okay, so it looks like we're having an error, no such column orders.created. Okay, so there's an error in that controller we just worked on. So if we open up the admin controller, it's not liking our orders.created, no such column orders.created. Okay, so created at, got to update these to created at, save those, double check. Yep, there's another one down here, created at, any other ones, created at. Okay, so those look good. Awesome. Okay, the next thing, completed order array with current last, undefined local variable. Okay, so we must have a spelling mistake or something down here. So we'll do revenue by day, completed orders array with current last. Okay, so let's just make sure we yank that and delete this and paste it there. Okay, great. So now we have one stat and it shows us how much revenue we've made today. So if we go back to the admin index page, just search for index, and now all we have to do is just copy this div right here and just put it down a few times and pop out revenue for different stats. So let's go ahead and copy this. So we get the div here. Okay, so yank that, paste it. Now the next one we want to do is the total sales for the day. So we can just call this total sales. And then instead of revenue here, we're going to do total sales. So do sales like that. We don't need to round it or anything like that. And then we'll just do sales and get rid of the $. Okay, so that should give us our second stat of total sales. So we've had 10 today. Let's go ahead and create another stat here. So we can grab this and paste it. And then for our next one, we're going to do the average sale. So average sale. And let's make sure we divide that because we're storing the data in pennies. So that's why we have to divide those by 100. And then that should give us our average sale price, which is $19. And let's do this again one more time. And in this last one, we're going to want to do our items per sale. So we can just do items per sale like that. And then we'll delete that and just put quick stats per sale dot to I. And then indent this a little bit. Save it. Okay, great. So these are our 4 stats that we want to show, these quick stats. So our revenue, our total sales for the day. We got to update that to average sale. So we want this to be average sale. Average sale. Okay, so these are our stats. So the admin can quickly see, how much revenue they've made today, the total revenue, how many sales they've made, what the average revenue from each sale is, and then how many items were in each sale. Great. Next thing we are going to do is add the chart right below this. And in order to do that, we're going to use a library called Chart.js. We're also going to use our first custom written JavaScript in this project. So we're going to be doing that with a stimulus controller. So let's do that in the next video. Okay, so we're going to be using a package called Chart.js. So if you search for Chart.js on npm, you can see it right here. And we're not going to use npm to install it, but we're actually going to use the concept of import maps, which is new with Rails 7. So if we come to our terminal over here, in order to add a JavaScript dependency using the import maps, we can just do bin import maps, and then we can do pin chart.js like that. And it's actually import map pin chart.js. So that will go ahead and add this chart.js and one of its dependencies to our import map file. So if we search for that, oops, that's the bin command. And then so if we come into this import map.rb, you can see that these 2 lines were added. So this is just telling Rails, what packages we're using and where to fetch them at. So it's really easy to use. You can just use bin import map pin to add a new dependency, and then you can go ahead and use it. Great. So now that we have that dependency created, we want to go ahead and create a stimulus controller. So stimulus is a package that just lets us use JavaScript really easily in Rails, and it comes pre-set up, and so we can just use it right out of the box. So if we search for stimulus Rails, this is the Hotwire page that talks about stimulus. So you can come here for looking up documentation. So we're going to go ahead and set up our first stimulus controller. So let's go and do that. So in order to do that, there's a nice generator. We can do bin Rails G stimulus, and we can just call it a dashboard. So this will create a dashboard controller for us in this JavaScript /controllers file. So we can go ahead and open that up and see what it looks like. Okay, so this is what it looks like, and it tells you right here that it connects to anything, any object in the DOM that has this data controller dashboard set on it. So let's go ahead and just show it off real quick. So if I can console.log hello from controller like that, save it. And then if we go to our index page for the admin, and if we come down to the bottom below these divs, let's come down here and let's make another div, and let's just say data controller equals dashboard. So setting this tag right here connects it to this controller. So see this data controller dashboard and data controller dashboard. So that's what sets it up. So now whenever we load this page, the stimulus controller, if we look on our console, it should fire off because it's being connected here. So let's go ahead and refresh the page. Oh, start our server up here and refresh the page once it's built. And we should see hello from controller. So our stimulus is all set up now. So now what we want to do is add our Chart.js functionality to the controller, and then also add the Chart.js value, or the Chart.js chart, to the screen. So let's go ahead and do that now. Okay, so let's open up our dashboard controller again. And up here, because we added Chart.js, we added it to our import map. We can just import it really easily like this. So we can import chart from it and registerables from it. And then those are both from Chart.js. So it's super simple to use dependencies with the new import maps. Then we can just register all those registerables from Chart.js like that. And oops, got a dot here. Okay. And then we want to change this to initialize. So connect runs every time the controller is connected, and initialize just runs once. So let's change it to initialize, where we're going to do all of our Chart.js stuff. So in here, let's just add some dummy data first. So we can just say data equals, and then inside of here, let's just say this is just data for how much revenue we've made on a day. So, we can just set it to random numbers, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Okay, so we can just set it to random numbers, and then we can do labels. So these will be our days of the week. So we can just say like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay, so that's our data and labels that we have set up here. And eventually we're going to actually pipe the correct data in from our backend and use that instead of these. But for now, let's just run a test with these dummy data. Next thing we can do is we need to get a context from a canvas. So we're going to add a canvas element into our index.js, and we're going to call it revenue chart like that. So that's going to be grabbing an element called revenue chart, which is a canvas. So let's go ahead and go back to that index page and add that. So within here, we can just say canvas, and then give it an ID of revenue chart, and go ahead and close that out like that. So now if we come back to our controller, we're fetching that element right here, and we have its context. And okay, so now that we have this context handle on our revenue chart element or a canvas, let's go ahead and create a new Chart.js chart with it. So we can say new chart, pass in the context, and then we're going to create some options here. So we can do that. And then within these options, we can say we want our chart to be a line chart. Then we can create some data here. So let's create that. And then within our data, we can pass in a labels. So those are just the labels we created manually above, which will eventually be replaced with our real data. Just create this data sets here. This is an array of objects that we just have one data set. So we just need one object in here. Set the label for it, and set the data equal to our manually created data. And then we'll just add a couple things just to make the chart look a little nicer. Say fill that. Okay, and then we'll come down below data here, and let's go ahead and add some options to the chart. So we'll create the options object. Inside here, we'll create a plugins object, and we want to turn the legend off because the legend is on by default, and we don't want it. So we just have to set that display value to false. Okay. Next, we can come just below plugins, and we can add another property called scales. So we'll do scales here, and then we can change our X and Y scales. So first, let's handle our X scale, just like that, and then we'll handle the grid for the X scale, and we just want to turn that off as well, just so we don't have too many lines going across our graph. And then we'll also add our Y scale here. And for our Y scale, we want to just add a border here. Make it a 5x5 dashed border. So 5, 5. Next, we want to do grid, and let's just give it a color here. So we can come in here and write color, and then do D4, F3, EF as our color. And let's just tell it to begin at 0, true. Okay, so that should set up our chart for us. Next thing we have to do is just refresh this page and see if it worked. So we should get a chart being displayed over here on the right. Awesome. So it doesn't look great, but we're going to work on styling in future videos. But in this one, the thing we do want to change is just make sure it takes up the whole width. So let's go ahead and make sure it does that. So if we go over to the index page again for the admin, and then this canvas, let's just tell the containing, let's wrap a containing div around it, just so we can get it to fully display with full width. So we'll do a div class equals, give it some margin, and then make it take up the full width. So we'll do that, and then we'll also do an h2. Let's just give it a title while we're here. So we'll do class equals text 2XL, text gray 800, font medium, margin bottom 4, and then we'll just say revenue. So that'll just be a little marker for what we're displaying here. And then let's go ahead and add our element back in. Okay, great. Next, we can just add on this class where we have our data controller. We just do with full, save that, and that looks good. So that should stretch the entire width of our screen now. Cool. Awesome. So that's just showing how much revenue we've made every day over the last 7 days, so Monday to Sunday. Okay, so next thing we want to do is replace our mock data with real data. So let's go ahead and do that. So in order to do that, we are already pulling in the data we need from our controller, and we can just pass that into our data controller using the following syntax. We could do data dashboard revenue value equals, and then within here we can do some ERB, and we can just say revenue by day .to JSON, just like that. So that'll pass that value into this DOM element here, and then we can fetch that from the dashboard controller. So if we go to the dashboard controller, we can fetch it. So we can just do it by putting a static variable up here. So we can say static values equals, and we can say revenue, and that's an array, and then save that. So now we have access to this data. So instead of hard coding it, we can just say this dot revenue value dot map, and then we can take each item from that array, just like this, and we can grab its first value, which is the revenue, and then we can save that. And then instead of just having these labels like this, we can do this dot revenue value dot map item, and then we can just grab the 0 element out of here. Awesome. Okay, so that should replace our data as long as our controller calculated the data correctly. The data and labels should be real now. So if we refresh the page, we can see that we had 0 revenue for all these days except for today, which we had $190 worth of revenue. Awesome. So that's actually being replaced with real data now. Okay, so the final thing we want to do is just below here, we just want to display the 5 most recent unfulfilled orders. So if we go back to our index admin page right here, and just below this chart is where we want to put our table of orders. So let's go ahead and set that up. We already have a variable called orders that we've set up, and that's just pulling back the 5 most recent unfulfilled orders. So let's go ahead and set up some divs for this. So we could say flex call, and take up the full width like that. Okay, so that's going to kind of be our main containing div. Within this, we can just add an h2, set some styles on it right now. Gray 800, give it some margin, and set it to font medium. So this is just going to be our recent unfulfilled orders. Okay, great. And then below that, we can add another div, and this is just going to be a div to kind of contain the table of data that we want to show. And then we can set some classes on this. We can just say overflow x auto, just in case the screen size is too small. We can just have that overflow. And then we'll create our table here, table like that, and we'll add some classes to it. So min width full, background will be gray 100, and then we'll do style. So let's just collapse all the borders like this, separate borders, spacing 0 like that. Okay, and then in here we can do, oh, got a typo here, separate and collapse, border collapse. Okay, cool. So then in here we can add our head. So we'll do a t head. Within there we'll do a row, close that out, and then class equals text gray 800. Okay, and then we'll do a couple header values. So we'll do class, and we'll just copy this after we do one, some padding, some more padding, y3, and then we'll have a border on the bottom, and we'll make the border gray 200 and the background gray 100, and then this will be the order ID. Do that and save. Oop, there we go. And then we can just grab that and paste it 3 more times. And in here we'll put customer. In here we'll do order, or excuse me, date. And then in here we'll do amount. So we'll just have those 4 headers. Great. Next we can do the body. So we'll do tbody. And let's give that a couple classes too. We'll just make the text gray 700. And then within that we'll do, we'll loop over all the orders. So we have that orders variable that we created in the controller. And we'll just loop over that. And for each order, we will create a row. So we'll create a row like this, and then we'll fill that row in with some data. So we'll do td class equals px6 py4 border bottom border gray 200, just like that. Okay, add the quotes over there, and then within this table data, we'll just add values from the product or from the order. So we'll say order, we'll do a link to the order. So we'll do order.id admin order path order, and we'll give that an underline. So underline like that. Okay, so that looks good. And then we can just yank this and paste it 3 more times. And oops, missed that there. Grab that and do 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then within each of these we can add different data. So this one will be order.customer email like that. This one will be order.createdAt.string from time, and we'll set up a nicely formatted time string here with the hours as well and the minutes like that. Okay. And then the last one, finally, will just be the total. So we'll do order.total, divide that by 100, and then convert it to a string and set that there. Okay, cool. So that just shows our 5 most recently unfulfilled orders. And we can see the date they were placed on, the amount for the order, and the customer who ordered it. And if we click on this, it will take us to the order and give us some more details about it. So that's about it for the dashboard page. This just gives the admin a quick overview of the health of their store and see how much money they made in the past days and if they have any orders that need to be fulfilled. So in the next video, we are going to jump into some of the front end for the user-facing side of the app. So in the next section, we'll pick up on working on that. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on the user-facing side of the app. So if we go to the root URL, this is what our user-facing side of the app looks like so far. So let's open up our layout file for the application, and then we can just come down here and, well, first let's open up the home index page and get rid of these icons that we no longer need. Let's also get rid of, well, we'll leave that for now just so we can see the content. First thing we're going to do is add a nav bar that goes horizontally across the top, and we can do that with a layout in the layout file. So we'll go to the layout for the application. Okay, and then right above this main container, we'll put our nav bar, and we're going to use a component for this. So we'll say render shared nav bar like that, and that will just render the template that's in that shared folder called nav bar. So we can just go ahead and create that. If we come out here and we create a shared folder, so we can just create that shared folder here. We use shared, go in there, and then we can create an underscore navbar.html.erb, just like that. And then within this, we can put our navbar. So let's go ahead and set that up. We'll do a nav class equals. Okay, so we'll do class equals fixed with full top 0. Background is gray. Let's make it gray 100. Z we'll set to 10. And then we'll give it some padding like that. Close that. Next thing, we'll add an inner div. We'll just say max width is a 7XL, and then MX auto. Give it some margin. Give it some margin when it's at smaller screen sizes, larger screen sizes. Let's give it like that. Okay. Within here, we'll do another div. Make that relative, flex items center, justify between, and then we'll give it a height of 16. We'll give that a fixed height there. Next, we'll add another div, give that a class, flex1, flex items center, justify center, small items stretch, small justify between, like that. Okay, and then within there, we can go ahead and make another div. We'll say hidden, and then small flex items center, justify center, just like that. And then within there, we'll have another div that's flex space x10. Oh, forgot the quotes there. So we'll do flex space x10. And then finally, we can add our link. So this will just be a link to the root path of the app. So we'll do equals link to, we'll call it shop root path. And we'll give it some styling as well. So we'll say text gray 500, hover underline, padding y2, we'll rounded, medium, text medium, and font medium. Okay, cool. So let's just go ahead and refresh the page and see what's happening. So it looks like we have a syntax error here somewhere in our HTML. So let's go ahead and fix that. Looks like we used a single quote there. Okay, cool. So now we have this horizontal nav bar that just says shop up here. So let's go ahead and add some of the other elements. within it. So below that, we can just do a div class equals flex shrink 0 flex items center. And this is going to be our container for our logo that we can click on as well. So we'll say equals link to root path do. Okay, and then within this, so let's end it. Within this, we'll say we want an image tag. So this is equal to our image tag. And then once again, we'll pass in our logo that we have set in our assets directory. And we'll give it a little class here as well. So we'll say block large hidden h20 and width is auto, just like that. And then below that, oops, we'll grab this, and below it we'll add another link that will be hidden by default, but will come alive when it's block. So it'll say hidden, and then large will be block, like that. And there we go. And then we can just say image logo.png. Okay, cool. So that looks good. And now we can just come down below this div and make one final div, and that's going to be for our shopping cart link. So we'll just put a div here, give it a class of hidden small flex small ml6 items center, justify center, like that. And then within there we'll put another div, make it flex space x10, and within this we will put a link. So we'll say equals link to cart path, which cart path doesn't exist right now. So let's just put the root path for now so we don't get an error until we can come back and add the cart controller. So we'll just say text gray 500, hover, we'll do underline, and then give it some padding, rounded, text is medium, font medium. Okay, cool. And then we'll close this out like that, and within it we'll put an icon for our shopping cart. So we can just do icon fa solid, and then we'll put shopping cart, like that. Close that out and save it, and we get our shopping cart up here. Cool. So now we have these links. You can click on the logo as well, and they all take us right now just to the root. We'll come back and work on the shopping cart later, but for now we've got our nav bar, so let's focus on the content for the landing page next. Okay, so we have the nav bar for the user-facing side of the app, and now let's work on the content for the landing page. So let's open up the home index page and delete that, and we're first going to add kind of a hero heading that just says welcome to the e-commerce store. So we'll have a div up here, and we'll make it background gray 800, text white, text center, and then padding, let's give it 20 in the Y direction. Okay, and then inside of there we'll have an h1. Let's give it a class. So let's say class equals text 5XL, font bold, and margin bottom 4. Cool. And then in here we'll just say welcome to ecom. Great. Okay, and then below that we can have a paragraph tag where we'll just have a class of text XL, give it some margin on the bottom, and then we'll say your one-stop shop for all your e-commerce needs. Close that out, and then we'll have a link that will take them to, it'll just take them to the home path, but we'll have a link that says shop now, and that will just take them to the root path. And then we'll give a few styles to that. So let's say background gray 500, hover background gray 600, and then text is white, font bold, padding 2, padding X 4, and rounded. Okay, let's go ahead and save that and then refresh the page. And we have a link, so that should be link 2, link underscore 2, save that. Awesome, so we have this right here. So now we have to go fix the layout to make sure that this takes up the width of the screen that we would like. So let's go ahead and edit that. So if we go to the application layout, let's just do layout here, application. So now we can come in here and we can make sure that this main container takes up the full size of the screen, or the full width. Okay, so in order to do that, let's just delete some of this, and then let's replace it with MX Auto, margin top 28, max width 7XL, to padding on the X direction, and then when it gets small enough, let's change that padding as well. All right, refresh, and now it takes up the full width of the screen with a little padding on the side. Awesome. So next, let's go ahead and add a categories section. So we want to just list some of the categories on this main page, so the user can click on one and be taken to a category index page. So right below this div, let's add another div with a class equal to flex, flex wrap, justify center, items center, and let's give it a gap of 10. All right, so in this div, we're just going to put 4 of the categories. So we can just say main categories, and we'll set this variable up in the controller in just a second. But for now, let's just assume we have a variable of categories set. So we can just say for each category, we just want to display it. So we can say equals link to category path, pass in the category, do, and then inside that link, so we'll make this entire div a link. We can have a class, a flex div, flex column, margin bottom 4, and then in that div we can have an h2 class equals text white, font medium, text large, text center, and give it 6 margin on the bottom. And then we can just put in the category name right here, close that out, and then below that we can put an image to the the category image. So we can say category.image.present. So just make sure we have that image present so we don't crash, or the front end doesn't crash trying to display a non-existent image. Just add this max width large here. Okay, if there's an image present, we're just going to display it. If not, we're going to display the placeholder and display that placeholder. Okay, cool. So right now it's going to crash. So we need to go, so it looks like we have a little syntax error here. Let's go ahead and find that. So it looks like we just forgot our parentheses here. So we'll just go over here and add that and refresh the page. Cool. So now this main categories is not defined, so we just have to add that to the controller. So we can just say home controller. Okay, so now we just have to add this main categories here. So we'll just say main categories equals category.take4. So we'll just load 4 random categories to display on the home page. So if we refresh this, okay, so it looks like we're getting another error here. So if I just open up that index file for the home again, and come down to where we are linking to each category. So we're doing a link to the category path, and then we're passing in a category. And so this needs to be set up. So we don't actually have a category path defined yet. So we can go ahead and create that. So if I go into the routes file, come down to the bottom, I can just say get category. And we're just going to say go to the category controller and grab and run the index action. So we'll just save it like that. So now that path should at least exist, but if we click on it, it won't work because the controller doesn't exist, but we'll handle that in a second. So if we go back to the home page, home index page, let's fix the width of these images just to make them a consistent width. Okay, so because we're using this max width large here, let's go ahead and change this to 512 for the placeholder, just so the images are of a similar size. Cool. So these would be our categories. We'll have to go make sure we add images for at least 4 categories so that those show up nicely. But for now, we have this. One more thing is the text isn't showing, so let's make it black instead. Let's make it gray 800, and then that text should show up nicely there. Cool. And one other thing, let's just add a little bit of margin on this, so margin top 8, and just to give it some spacing. Okay, cool. So now we have our categories. We'll go back and we'll set up the categories controller later, but for now let's just finish this front landing page. So the next thing we're going to add is a customer's testimonial section. So this is where you could put any of your customers' testimonials. So let's make a div for this, and we'll say background gray 100, give it 20 padding, 20 margin, or 10 margin. Okay, create that. Make another div. This will be a container with some margin here, margin 6. Okay, so we've got that. Move this up here, and then inside of that we'll make an h2. So we'll just say h2 and class equals text 4XL, font bold, text center, text gray 800, and give it 8 margin on the bottom. And then in here we'll just say customer testimonials slash h2, and then below here we'll show all the testimonials. So let's just do one, and then we'll copy and paste it, and that'll be good. So we'll do a div, class is width full, at medium we want it to be width 1/3, pixels 2, or padding x2, and margin bottom, let's do 4. That's going to be the container for one of our testimonials. Let's just put a quick flex on this, flex wrap, like that. Okay, so and then inside this we're going to do another div, class equals background gray 100, and then rounded. Let's give it some shadow, give it some padding, give it some margin, like that. Okay. And inside of this, we're going to put our text. So we'll give it a p tag, say text, gray 800, text base, margin bottom 4, just like that. And then we'll close this out and add our testimonial in here. So we can just write something generic. I've been shopping on ecom for years, and it's always been a fantastic experience. Okay, so we've got that. And then right below that, we can just say who wrote it. So we'll say class equals text gray 500, and text is extra small here. And then, so close that out and put just dash Jane Doe. Cool, so we'll save that and look down here. So now we have this customer testimonial section. Let's fill it out with a couple more. So if we just grab everything from inside this flex wrap div, so down to here, and we can just put it in 3 more times. So let's do 1 and 2, and save that. So we should have 3 testimonials down here. Cool. That's our testimonial section. Next, we're going to add a section where our users can sign up for our newsletter if they would like. So let's put a div. Let's do a div here with the class background gray 500, text white. Let's do some margin in the y direction of 10, center the text here, and then padding in the y direction 20. Div. Okay. And we'll put an h2 in here and just say text 3XL, font bold, margin bottom 6, and we'll say stay updated. Okay, so they can subscribe to our newsletter here. And then we'll put a paragraph tag here, and we'll say margin bottom 8. And inside here we'll say subscribe to our newsletter for the latest updates and offers. Close that out. And then below here we can just do a form, And then we're not going to really fill this out, but we could if we wanted to, but we're just going to leave it kind of as a stub. So we'll do with URL. It'll just submit to the root path as a post. So we'll do a post, local, true, class, flex, justify, center, like that. And then we'll say do. We'll go ahead and close that. And then inside the form, we'll just have an email field tag. So that's an email, nil, and the placeholder should be enter your email. Give it a class here, give it some padding, rounded text gray 800, just like that, and then close it. And then we'll also add a submit button down here. So we'll just say equals submit tag, subscribe is the text, and then we'll just give it some styles here. 700, hover, background gray 800, cursor pointer text white, font bold, give it some padding, and make it rounded. Okay, so we'll just close that out and then add our closing tag. Okay, so this should just be an email form right here that the user can subscribe to stay updated. Great, so our landing page is looking pretty good. The final thing we want to add is the footer. So let's go ahead and do that now. We can do it the same way we did it with the header. So if we come to this application layout, just grab this tag and put it right below the main section of our app. And then instead of doing a nav bar, we can just do footer like that. So now we have to create that shared footer component. So if we come back into the shared directory and we create an underscore shared.html.erb, go in there, and now we can create our footer component. Okay, so let's just say footer here. We'll call it a footer class equals background gray 800 and text is white. We'll close that out. Footer. Okay, and then we'll do a div class max width 6XL, MX auto. Add some padding here. And padding 20. All right, so we have our div set up with our footer. Now we can add some sections here. So we'll say XL grid calls 3 and XL gap 8. Okay, and then in there we can add another div class equals space y8. And then XL column span 1, just like that. And within there, we can add our H3, do a class of text small, font semi-bold, text down or text gray 200, tracking wider, and let's make that uppercase like that. And then we can just say about ecom H3, close it out. And below that, we can put a little description. So we can say class equals text gray or text white, leading 6, just like that. Close out the paragraph and add a little description. So ecom is a leading online marketplace offering a wide range of products to cater to all your needs. Our commitment to quality and customer service ensures a great shopping experience. All right, so let's save that and just take a look real quick, make sure our footer is looking good. So this is complaining missing template in home index. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix that. If we come back here to our layout, go down to our application layout, it's saying shared footer. So this layout is not defined. Okay, so we accidentally named this shared instead of footer. So let's just go ahead and rename that. So we want this to be called footer. Okay, so we'll save that and go ahead and refresh the page. And now we have our footer down here. Great. So let's go ahead and continue. So we'll make another section now below this right here. So this will be our quick links section. and that'll start right after the about section. So this is our about section right here. About section. And then right below that, so right below that, we can do our quick links section like this. Okay, so let's do our div class equals margin top grid calls 2, do a gap of 8, and then let's set up some margin on the top when we're extra large screen sizes. So call span 2. Okay, so we have our quick links div set up there. Now let's do another inner div, medium grid calls 2, and medium gap 8, like that. Okay, and then inside of this, we'll just do one more div, no more classes on it or anything. And inside of there, we'll put an H2 or an H3 tag. So we'll do a text of small, font semi-bold, text gray 200, tracking wider, and make this uppercase as well. And we'll put quick links H3. And then right below that, we'll put an unordered list with our links. So we'll do class equals margin top of 4 space Y4. 4, and close out that unordered list. And then for now, we'll just put one list item in here, and we'll make that a link to the home page. So we'll just say equals link to home root path class, and we'll give it some few styles here. All right, let's refresh and make sure that's showing up good. Cool, so that's just right down here. This is our quick links section. Make sure we get that uppercase spelled right so it gets uppercased, and perfect. So we have that. So that's our quick links section. Right below that, we want to do the contact information. So we can do contact information like that, and we'll create another div here for our contact information. So let's do a div class equals medium grid calls 2, and then medium gap 8, create that. All right, in there we'll just do another div, and inside of that div we can start adding our H3 tag, class equals text small, font semi-bold, tracking wider, uppercase, and text gray 200. So that'll be our label for this section, and we'll just say contact. And then right below that, we'll do another unordered list with class equals, give it some margin top, space Y. Okay, so we'll have our unordered list here. And then within here, we'll just add a couple list items. So the first one right here, li, and within here, we'll just do a paragraph tag, text base, leading 6, text white. And within that, we will just put a fake address, so 123 ecom lane, break that onto a new line, and then e-commerce city, you see 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so it'll just be our fake address there. Next we can do is just copy this whole li and delete what's inside the p tag. So just put email support at ecom.com. That'll be for the content of our support email. And our next one, our final one, will just be our phone number. So we can say phone 123 456 7890. Cool. So let's save that, refresh, and now we have our contact section down here. So let's just make sure that we have a little bit of margin on the top of this. So if we come up here, We can just say margin top like that. Refresh. Now we have a little bit of space between those two. Cool. Our final thing we're going to add is just a all rights reserved by our website tag. So that's just going to be at the bottom here. So let's go ahead and outside of this div right here, we'll just put another div, class equals border top border gray 700. Close that out. And within that, we'll put another div, do some styling on it. Like that. In there, we will put a p tag. So let's do a p, class equals margin top 6, text base, leading 6, text gray 400, and set up some breakpoint stuff here. And then inside of this, we'll just say ampersand copy, so I'll just be like the trademark, equals time.now.year, and we'll say ecom inc all rights reserved. Okay, and then just save that. And we have our little header down here. So let's make sure to put some margin bottom on this last contact info, just so we can have some spacing here. Let's say margin bottom 8 as well, just to give us a little bit of separation between those two. Cool, so it's looking good. Next thing we want to do is go ahead and start working on the category index page for the customer facing side of the website. So we'll jump into that in the next video. Okay, so we want to go ahead and add a category index page. So when I click on a category from the home page, it should take me to an index of all the products that belong to that category. So we don't have a controller set up or any of the views, so let's go ahead and do that now. So we can create a categories controller.rb file, and inside of that we can have a class called categories controller and have that inherit from application controller. Okay, so in this controller we can have a show method. So that show method will bring back all the products that belong to this category. So first off, we can say category equals category.find and pass in the ID like that. Then we can just get all the products. So we can say products. Then we can tell it to include all of the products that belong to this category. So we can say dot includes products, just like that. Okay, and that will load in the category along with all the products that belong to it. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. Now we need to make the show view. So if we go into the app views directory, we can create a categories directory in here. So we can say categories like this, go in there, and then we can create a show.html.erb file. And for now, let's do an h1 tag that just says category show page and close that out. So now if we go back and we click on one of these categories, it should take us to the category show page. So after we set up the view and the controller, now we have to come into our routes, and we set this up originally just to have a placeholder, but we actually want to update this. So let's go ahead and delete that, and then we can put resources, categories, and then we can do only, and then show. So this will just create a show endpoint for our categories. And notice that we already have a categories resource up here, but this is nested in the admin namespace. So it's not gonna affect down here. So we can have that multiple times as long as it's in a different namespace. Great. So now that we have that set up, we can come into our homepage here, and this link to category path should take us to the category show page. So if we refresh the page and click enter or select a category, now we're getting a error in our controller. So let's go ahead and double check that. So we'll do the categories controller, And it says undefined method includes, so we'll just do include. Okay, so the issue here is we're using a find instead of where, so we can't use this include. So we can do it a slightly different way, and this will actually be better because we're going to set up pagination in a little bit as well, so we'll have to refactor it anyway. So let's just get the category here. We'll say equals to category dot find params ID, just like that. Okay, and then we'll say products equals at category dot products. Just like that. And then we'll just have those two variables that we can work with in the show template. So that should fix that error. Let's go ahead and refresh the page. And we forgot to add a has many products to the category model. So we'll come in here and we'll do has many products. Save that. Now it has that products method and it should load correctly. Great. So let's go ahead and edit that view page. So we'll do view categories. We'll do a show categories right here. So this is the page we want to edit. Let's just add a div, and inside this div, we are going to loop over all of the products and display them. Let's give this a min height of screen, just so the footer doesn't come up like it's doing now. Justify center. Okay, and then inside of here, we will do another div, flex wrap, flex call, and give ourselves a little margin on the top there. Inside of here, we can do an H2, and then we can do text large, text gray 800, and let's just add a filters label here. So this is where we'll put our filters. We'll eventually make it so we can filter the items by their price. So we'll add that below, and then below this div, we can add our div to hold all the products. We can do flex wrap, margin top 6, gap 10. So we'll do gap 10 here, and flex grow, justify center, items start, like that. Great. Now we can say if products dot empty. So if this category has no products, let's just go ahead and display a p tag that just says there are no products in this category. So we'll do text to Excel, text left, text gray 800, and we'll just say no products found. No products found, just like that. Otherwise, if there are products, we want to display them. So we can just do an else here, change that to else, and then do an end. And we can put our products here. So we can loop over each product. We can just say products dot each do product, like that. End it right there. And then inside of this, we can create a link to each product. So we can say link to product path, which we don't have. So let's just do root path for now. We'll come back and fix that later. And then do end. And then inside that link, we'll put a div that will style and make the product look nice. Do max width extra small, flex column, give it some padding, justify center, items center. Okay. And within here, we want to show the image and the product name. So first off, we'll just do the image. So we'll see if this product has an image. We just want to display its image, and we'll use a medium variant, so we can go ahead and add that to the variants as well in the product class. So we'll say class rounded, just like that. Otherwise, if there's no image available, we'll once again just use our nice placeholder.com image, like that. Cool. Give that a rounded class as well, and that looks good. Cool. Yeah, we need to close this out here. So we'll say image tag, and we'll give it a, there we go. Okay, so that will display our product image, and then below this div, looks like we have a syntax error here. Cool, so we just got to close out our tag. Great. So then below that, we'll just say a paragraph tag and give us a margin, medium, gray 800, and we'll just set the product.name right here. Okay, cool. So we don't have this medium variant, so let's go add that. If we open up our product model, and right now we just have a thumbnail variant, but you can add as many variants as you want. So we can just do a medium variant and resize to limit, and let's do 250 by 250. And this will automatically resize any images that already exist to have a medium image available as well. Let's refresh that and load the page, and we can see our URL might be wrong here. HTTPS via, there we go. So that's incorrect. Reload, and we get these placeholders. Awesome. So now every product that has an image is displaying its image. If it doesn't, it's displaying this test. There's a filter column right here that we're going to add some price filters, but we'll do that later. Right now, we want to set up the product show page. So if I click on one of these, it should bring me to the product page instead of taking me back to the root. So let's go ahead and set that up. So we'll need the product controller as well. So if we search for, or if we go into the controller directory, so we can just do categories controller, go into that controllers directory. We can now create a products controller, class product controller, inherits from application controller, and then we want to do a show action for this, and this is just going to load the product from the product table. So we'll do product.find, and then we'll pass in the params ID just like that. Okay, so that's our product controller. Let's go ahead and add a route as well. So we can just come down here, copy that, and change it to products. That will give us the route, and now we just need the view. So if we look for products, or if we look for show, and we come in here to the categories, and then we can create a folder called products, enter that folder, and then create a show.html.erb, and this will be our product show page. Product show page. All right, so we'll save that, refresh the page. Now if we click on one of these products, it would take us to the product, but we have to update the URL first. So let's go back to the category show page right here, and then let's update this to link us to the products path like that, and then pass in the product. Cool, so that should take us to that products page. Oh, got an S on here, so we just want the product path. So now if we click here, it takes us to the product /product/1, and it looks like we have a products. Okay, so products controller, and we forgot the S here. So we just have to add that, make sure the controllers are usually named plural. So now that works. So now that takes us to the product show page. And if we open up that page, we can start creating a basic template for what we want our product show page to look like. So let's do that now. So first we're going to do a div here, and we're going to show all the images at the top. So we can just say div class equals flex justify center gap 20 and padding of 10, just like that. Then in here we're going to have another div that's kind of going to be our container for the images. So this will also be flex. We want these images to just wrap, and max width is large, just like that. And then within here we want to loop over all the product images and display them all. So we'll say image like that, end it, and then here we'll do an image tag. Image tag, pass in the image, class width auto, height 64, like that, and close it out. Cool. So that should show all the images for this product. So this product doesn't have any images, but if we click on one that does, it'll show all the images for this product. All right, so below that, we can add some details about the product. So we're going to do div and we're going to do class equals flex call items start max width small. Okay, so this will be our container for some of the information about the product. Let's just put the product name in an H1, do bold font, text 4XL, make it uppercase, and we can put the @product.name like that, and then H1. So this is going to show the product's name. Below this, we can put the price. So we'll put p tag, and we'll do text 2XL, margin top 4, put a $, and we'll do product.price divided by 100.0 to string, and save that. Next, we'll do the description. So we'll do class again, text medium, padding, and we'll do the product.description, just like that. And below that, let's add some of the stock. So we created the concept of each product having different stocks. So we can go ahead and loop over all of the stocks that this product has in stock or that doesn't have in stock, and we can display that to the user. So let's do a div to contain this, like this. And then within that div, we can just do a p tag just to say these are the different sizes available. So we'll just say uppercase, text large, and then we'll do size in here. Okay, and then below that is where we'll loop over all the stocks. So we'll do product.product stocks.each, do stock, and end it. And then in here, we want to display each stock. So we'll say if stock.amount is greater than 0. So if there's at least one item in stock, we want to display a button that is enabled. Otherwise, we want to display a button that's disabled. So we'll just add the basic structure of the if-else statement there. Then we can add the button. So we'll say value equals stock.size, just like that. And then we'll give it a class, background, gray 200, and then text, gray 800, font semi-bold, padding 2, padding 4, rounded, hover background, gray 300, focus outline none, focus ring 2, and then focus ring gray 500, and focus ring opacity 50, like that. Close that button tag out, and then within the button tag we just want the stock.size to be the text content. Let's go ahead and make sure we didn't make an error here. Okay, so product stock. So this product stock is actually just called stock, like that. So let's refresh that. And cool, so this product, it doesn't have any stock, but if we were to go to our admin page and add some, so let's do test with image is the product we want to edit. So test with image. And then if we come down here and do product stock, add new stock, let's say a medium, we got 2. Let's do a new stock, let's say small, we got 1. And then let's say large, we have 10. Well, large we have 10, and then we'll do XL that's out of stock. So we'll say XL, we have 0, just so we can see the difference there. Great. So now if we go back to this category, click on this product, we can see we have these sizes in stock. And the extra large should be displaying, but it's not. So it should be displayed with a disabled button. So that's what will happen inside this else block. So basically we can just grab this button and put it down here, and then we can just say disabled. So this button is not clickable. So we can just say disabled, like that. Cool. So now we have these buttons, and this one is not clickable. we need to add some disabled styling to it to make sure that it looks disabled. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. So we can come in the class for the button, and we can just say disabled, right? So if it's disabled, let's do background gray 400 like that. And then if we refresh, we can see that this is, we don't have a cursor and it looks grayed out. So these are the only ones that we can select as our size that we want to choose. Cool, so that's the basic structure. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to hook up a stimulus controller to this component so that when we click any of these sizes and click the add to cart button, which we also need to add, we're going to add that to our cart up here. And then we can create the cart page after that. So in the next video section, let's go ahead and create the submit button and hook it up to our new stimulus controller for the products page. All right, so first off, let's go ahead and add the submit button here. So if we come down to the bottom, just outside of this div, we can go ahead and add the button there. So let's do button class equals inline flex items center, justify center, add some padding and margin, give it a border, okay, and then let's give it some hover, so it'll turn a little darker when we hover over it, just like this. Change how it behaves on focus. Oops, focus, outline none, focus ring 2, focus ring offset 2, focus ring gray 500. Okay, and then we can just say add to cart and close out that button. So now we'll have this button down here, which we can click to add an item to cart. So right now, nothing happens if we click this. So let's go ahead and set up a stimulus controller. So we can do that again with the stimulus generator. So you just do bin rails stimulus, and then we can call this one products. So this will be our products controller. Bin rails g stimulus products, just like that. So that'll create our products controller. So let's go ahead and open that. So we can go to the products controller. And within this products controller, so this is actually the controller for the Rails app. We want the stimulus controller. So if we look for the products controller, and then we go to the one that's in this JavaScript folder, this is the controller we want. So right now, nothing happens, but let's console.log connected controller. And now if we go back to our show page, so we can go down and we can add the controller to this div right here. So this is the div that we want to be interactive. So we can go ahead and add a data controller here and set that to products like that. And then we can also pass in the product value because we're going to need data from the product. So we're going to do product, we're going to do data product, and then we're going to do product value equals, and then we're going to pass in here our product object. So we're going to do product.toJSON, just like that. So then we'll have that data available in the controller. So if we come back to our products controller over here, let's do products controller. Okay, so if we come back here and we open our console and refresh the page, we should see this connected controller. Okay, and refresh the page, and we see this connected controller. Great, so now we can go ahead and add some functionality to this controller. So let's start off by accepting that value. So just like we did last time, we just do a static values, and then we can do a size, which is a string, and a product, which is an object. Okay, and then we don't really need this connect anymore, so we can get rid of that. And instead, we're going to create an add to cart method. So we can say add to cart like that. And then within this, we can just console.log product this.product value, just like that. So that way we'll know which product we want to add to the cart. Right below that, we can add a select size, and this will get run whenever somebody clicks one of our size buttons, and that will tell us what size they have selected, so we can add the correct size to the cart. So all we have to do is just say this.sizeValue equals e.target.value. And then we want to show them what size they currently have selected. So we can say const selected size L equals document.getElement by ID selected size, just like that. And then we can just say selected size element dot inner text equals, and we'll format a little string here and just say selected size and this dot size value. Cool. So before this will work, we have to go create an element. We got to fix the syntax here. Dot value. Okay, so now we're expecting an element to exist with an ID of selected size, and right now that doesn't exist. So let's go back to our index page and add it right above the add to cart button. So we can go ahead and just add it there. So we can say, let's just have it be a div. ID has to match, so we'll just say selected size and close it out. Okay, so actually before we can click one of these buttons and have it show what size we have selected, we have to trigger the select size function to run. So we can just come up to the button that we want to put that on, which are any of these buttons that have stock available. And we can just say data action equals click. So anytime this button is clicked, we want to run the products controller and we want to run the select size method, just like that. So now whenever I click this button, it will select that size. Cool. So let's refresh and click one of these buttons, and we can see that it's telling us what size we currently have selected. Awesome. So now we just need to finish the add to cart functionality. So let's head back to our controller here. And inside the add to cart button, right now it's just console logging the product. So if I click add to cart, it'll just console.log the product value. But we have to set the action up on that as well. So let's go back to our index down here on this button. Now we can say data action equals click. So whenever this is clicked, go to the products controller and run add to cart like that. All right, so save that, refresh. Now if we select medium, click add to cart, we can see the product that we're adding to the cart right here. Okay. And we need to make sure that that product is set. So if we come up here, this is actually products with an S, so we need to make sure that that's working correctly. Now if we refresh the page and click add to cart, we see the full product that we're adding. So we have its ID, we have it if it's active, its price, and its name, etc. So we'll know what product we want to add, and we'll also know what size we want to add because that is selected down here when we click these size buttons. Cool. So now we can go work on the add to cart method. So what we want to do in the add to cart method is we basically want to store the products that the user has added to their cart in the local storage. So in order to do that, first let's do const cart equals local storage dot get item cart. So this is just checking if the user already has a cart. We want to make sure to append this item to their cart. So we're grabbing the cart and then we can check if it exists. So if they have a cart already, we are going to add this item to the cart. If not, we're going to create a cart and add it. Okay, so let's handle the case where they don't have a cart first. So basically all we have to do is set up a cart array. We can just create a cart array. So we can just say const cart array, and they don't have one yet, so we can just set it to empty. And then I can just say cart array dot push, and then we want to push a product in here. So we're going to set it up slightly differently. So we don't want to push the entire product. So let's say the ID is this dot product value dot ID. Let's pass in the name, this dot product value dot name, and the price. We'll just auto complete these here. The size, and the quantity. So that's what will happen if they don't have a cart. Then all we have to do is just set this cart on local storage. So we can just do local storage.set item cart json.stringify, and we'll stringify that cart array just like that. Awesome. Now let's handle the case if they already have a cart. So if they already have a cart, what we need to do is we want to grab the cart, so we can just parse it. We've already grabbed it from local storage, so now we can parse it. So we can just say json.parse. We can say cart array equals json.parse cart. And now we can just find the index of the product that they're adding to their cart. If it doesn't exist, then we'll create one. If not, we'll increment the quantity. So we can just say const found index equals cart array dot find index, given item ID equals this dot product value dot ID. So if the IDs match and the sizes match, right? So if both of those match, then we'll return an index. Otherwise, the index will be 0 or -1. So if found index is greater than or equal to 0, so that means that there's already a product in our cart that exists with this size and is the same product ID, then we can just find that and increment the quantity. So we can do cart array found index dot quantity equals parse int cart array found index dot quantity plus 1. Cool. If this doesn't exist, so this is actually the cart array. Okay. So if we didn't find a product in the cart already, then we can just push one in. So we'll just grab this down here, and we'll just push a new item into the cart, just like that. Cool. So we'll save that. All right, that should be everything we need to do in order to set the item in the cart. So let's go ahead and test it out. So if I come over here and refresh the page, click medium and click add to cart, and then if we go into our memory or our storage and we look at our local storage for this, we have a cart, and within our cart we have one item, and its price and its size and everything, and we can view it like right here. So if I add another medium, all that should happen is the quantity of this should be incremented by 1. So if I click medium and click add to cart, that should increment the quantity by 1. So we had a small bug here. We forgot to update the cart. So we were updating the cart if there wasn't already a cart that existed. So we were getting our local storage set on the first item we added to the cart, but then subsequent items weren't updating the cart. So to fix that, all we have to do is come here and put this line right here. So if the cart already exists, we update it and then set it back into local storage like that. So that should work. So if we come over here and look at our cart, we have 2 items currently. One item is medium, size medium with quantity 2, and the other item is size large with quantity 1. So let's go ahead and add another large. So we can do that. And now if we open up the second item, we can see that quantity was updated. And if we add a small like this, we can see that a small was added to our cart. So our cart is working now. So we're adding things to local storage. So next, let's go ahead and work on this cart page. So when I click here, it should take me to a cart page where I can view all the items that are currently in my cart, and then I can also check out if I would like. So let's go ahead and do that in the next video. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our carts controller. So if we come into the controllers directory and create a new file called carts controller.rb, then we can add a class called carts controller, have that inherit from application controller. And then in there, we just need an index or a show method. So we want to show a single user's cart. So we can save that. Next thing we can do is we can go to the view directory and we can create a carts folder. So we can do carts, and then inside of carts, we can create a show page. So we'll do show.html.erb. And in here, just for, so we can see that we're on the right page, we'll do cart page, just like that. save it. And now we can create the route. So if we go into our routes.rb, come down to the bottom here, let's just add a route like this. So we can just say get carts, and that will go to carts show. And actually, let's just make it cart. So /cart will go to carts.show or cart show action. Cool. So now let's link it up to this button up here in the top. So we can do that in the layout or the nav bar. So if we go to the nav bar file, come down here and find this link. So instead of going to the route path, we want to go to the cart path. Like that. Okay. And now if we refresh the page and click on this button, we should see that cart page right here. Great. Okay, so let's go back into that cart page and add a couple styles so it looks a little better, and then also set up our stimulus controller that will fetch the items that we're setting in local storage from local storage and display them to the user. So let's go ahead and go back to that show page, and we can set up a div here. So let's set up a div right below. And in here, let's just go ahead and give it some classes. Let's actually wrap this in a div. Let's wrap the whole thing. So we'll do div, and then we'll do class equals min height screen, like that. Div. Okay. And then we can set up our controller. So let's do data controller equals cart. So we're going to create a stimulus controller called cart, but we don't have it created yet, but let's just hook it up optimistically here. And then we can have another div that we can have be the total. So this will be where we'll display the total cost of all the items in the cart. So we'll just say class, give it some margin, medium, and then we'll say ID is total. So we can use that ID to target this div and put the total value of all the items inside of it. Okay, so then below it, we can have a button for checking out. So let's just put this button here, give it some margin, some padding. Okay, and then we'll give it a data action, and we'll set this up in our controller as well. So this will be on click. We want to call the carts checkout action, like that. And finally, we'll give it some text. We'll just say checkout and then close it out. Below it, we'll just add a button to clear the cart, so the user can just remove all the items that are currently in their cart. So we'll say give it some padding. Okay, and then we'll have this data action. On click, we want to run clear. So we want to clear the cart. And we'll just say clear cart, like that, and then close it out. Okay, let's refresh this page, make sure everything's looking good. Cool, so we have our checkout button, and we have our clear cart button right here. Awesome. So now what we need to do is we need to add in all the items from the cart right above these buttons and list their names, their prices, and the quantity of each one that's in their cart. So let's go ahead and handle that now. So if we go ahead down here and run our generator to create a stimulus controller. So Rails G stimulus, and then we can just call it cart. That'll create a cart controller. Let's open that up. So we have the cart controller right here. Excuse me. So we have the carts. So we have the carts controller right here, and we can come in here and start adding some of our functionality. So how we want this to work is whenever the component is initialized, so let's change this to initialize. Whenever the component is initialized, meaning this page is loaded, we want to grab the cart from local storage and display it to the user. So let's go ahead and do that. So we can say const cart equals json.parse local storage .get item cart. Okay, so now we have the cart, and if there is no cart, we don't want to do anything, so we can just return here. That just means the user doesn't have a cart. Otherwise, let's calculate the total. So we'll set the total equal to 0 first. So we'll do let total equals 0. And then we can loop over all the items in the cart and sum up their prices. Cool. Okay, so let's do const item equals cart I. So we'll grab that item out of the cart, and then we'll just plus equals the total item.price times item.quantity. And now that we have the total, let's go ahead and display a div with this information about this item. So for each item, we can create a new div, just like this. And then we can add some classes to this div. So let's just do some margin top 2, like that. And then we can set the text of the div. So let's just set the inner text equal to, and we can say item.name, item.price divided by 100.0. And then we can do size, item.size, and quantity is equal to item.quantity. Okay, close that out. So that will be the inner text of the that'll be the inner text of this div right here that we're creating. And it looks like we forgot to name our variable here. So let's go ahead and name that. Okay, and now that we've created the div, let's create a button to remove this item from the cart. So we can say delete button equals document.create element button, like that. And then delete button dot inner text equals remove. And so we can put delete button dot inner text equals remove. We can do delete button dot value equals item dot ID, like that. And then delete button dot class list dot add, and we'll just add some classes here. So we'll do background gray 500. We'll do rounded text white and give it some padding here. Like that. Close that out. And finally, we will add an event listener to this button. So we'll do delete button dot add event listener, and we'll listen to click events, and we want to remove from cart, and we'll create this method down below. And this will just remove the one item from the cart, so they can clear their cart. If they click here, that will remove all their items, or they can remove an individual item from the cart. Cool. And then we just need to add that to the DOM, so we'll just append it like this. Delete button. Okay. And then we want to append the div. So we'll actually prepend it to this element. So the element that is connected to this controller, which is that div we set up. Great. So that should map over all the items. And then below here, we can just set the total. So we've calculated the total after we've looped over all these items. So now we can just set it on the DOM. So we'll just say total L equals document dot create element div. And then we'll do total L dot inner text equals total divided by 100.0, just like that. And then we can add this to the DOM as well. So let's get the container that we had set up previously. And then let's just append it into that container. So we'll do total container dot append child total element. Okay. Let's go ahead and refresh the page and make sure we're getting our cart displayed properly. So if we come in here, go to localhost, we currently have 3 items in our cart. So there should be 3 items being displayed here. So let's just double check and make sure we don't have a small bug here. So if we come over here, let's just see if we're initializing this controller properly. So let's just say cart controller initialized like that and refresh the page. Okay, so we're getting this.element.prepend is not a function. Okay, great. So let's find that and fix it. So we'll do prepend, and we'll search for prepend. Okay, so that should fix the error. Awesome. So now we have these items being shown. So we can see we have one small on our cart, one large, and one medium, and we can see the quantity. If I no longer want these larges, click the remove to remove the element from my cart. And then we have to set up the method to do that. So let's do that next. So below this initialize method, let's go ahead and set up the clear method first. So that's an easy one. So let's say clear. So whenever the clear button is clicked, we want to just remove the entire cart object from local storage. So we can just say remove item cart like that. And then we can reload the page just to make sure we refresh and have updated data. Let's grab this, move it up. We're just outside of the class here. So let's fix that. Okay, so that should work. I'm not going to do it because then I want to test these remove buttons first. So let's set up the next method. So we'll do remove from cart, and this will be event. Okay, and then we can say const cart equals json.parse local storage.get item, and we'll get our cart. Now we can search through our cart for the ID. So let's get the ID off the event, target.value. So remember up above here, we're setting that ID on the delete button to the value. So that's why we have that ID available here. So we can grab it, and now we can use that to find the item in the cart. So we can just say const index equals cart.find index item. So we can go over each item and see if the ID matches like that. Okay, and then we can just splice that out of the cart if we find one. Cool. And then we just have to reset the cart in the storage so it gets updated. JSON.stringify cart. Okay, and then we'll once again reload so we get the updated data. Awesome. So those are the methods we need for removing things from the cart. We still need to create the checkout method, but let's test these first. So if I click remove on this large, it should remove it from the cart, and it does. And if I click clear cart, it should remove everything from the cart. Okay, so it looks like we forgot to, or maybe we have a typo in this clear cart button. So let's go back to our show page for the cart and make sure we have that wired up correctly. So we're doing data action click. So we didn't add the controller, so we need to add the controller here. So we do cart hashtag clear. So that tells the controller that, or that tells the stimulus which cart or which controller we're using. We're using the cart controller, and then what method inside that controller to call. So now it should clear the cart. Refresh the page, clear cart. We no longer have any items in our cart. Cool. So in the next section, let's work on this checkout button right here, which will involve setting up Stripe. Okay, so in this section, we're going to set up the checkout button. So first, let's check, let's set up the front end in our stimulus controller so that when we click this, it's going to send a fetch request to an endpoint we're going to create on our backend. And then that endpoint in our backend will then talk to Stripe and return a URL to us that we can redirect the user to so they can check out. But let's set up the stimulus side of things first. So if we go back to our cart controller, we can create a new method below here, and we can call it checkout, just like this. Now what we want to do on checkout is, once again, we want to get the cart from the local storage. Okay, so once we have that cart, then we want to construct a payload that we will send back to our backend. So we've got to include an authenticity token like this. So this just is going to be set to our authenticity token, so our backend knows it's not, there's no cross-site scripting attack happening. And then we want to set our cart as our cart. So that's going to be our payload for the request. Then we're going to use fetch to make the request. So we'll do to/checkout. So we'll create a route at /checkout that will be handled by a controller we'll create. So let's do that. Now inside here, we'll add some options. So we'll say the method is going to be post, and then the headers, we're going to go ahead and add in that CSRF token into our header. So we can just do content type is application JSON, and then we can do X CSRF token, and we'll do CSRF token, and then we have to come and create that right here. So we can say CSRF token equals document.query selector, and then we'll get it by its name, and we'll say CSRF token and get the content. So that'll be our token, and that's automatically added by Rails. And so once we have that, then we can just set the body to JSON.stringify our payload like that. Cool. So then we can wait for the response to come back, and once it comes back, we can redirect the user to a URL that we'll be returning. So within that controller that we're going to set up next, we will return a URL that Stripe gives us, and we can just redirect the user to that URL. So we'll say if the response is good, let's just go ahead and redirect the user like this, .url. Okay. If it's not good, we could add some error handling. So we could just go ahead and add something to the DOM that says there was an error. So we could say error element equals document.create element, put a div there, and then we can say error l.inner text equals there was an error processing your order body.error, and then we can go ahead and append that to the DOM. So we'll say let error container equals document.get element by ID, and we'll set up an error container, and then we can just get that from the DOM and append this. Append child error element like that. Okay, so then let's go back to our show page and set up that div. So we can just create a div with an ID of class error container like that, and just set that up so this document.get element by ID will work. So it'll just grab this element and append our error message inside of it. Cool, so let's refresh this, and this isn't going to work because we don't have our controller, but let's just make sure everything is hooked up correctly. So we can console.log checkout just to make sure the button's working. Obviously this fetch request won't work, but let's just go ahead and test it. So we can click checkout, and we see our checkout console log there. So everything's hooked up correctly. Now all we have to do is set up our controller. So let's create a route first. We'll go to the routes, come down to the bottom, and we'll do a checkout route, and that will go to our checkouts controller, and it will go to create like that. Cool. So let's go ahead and create this checkouts controller now. Okay, so we can just go to our controller directory. So we can just do products. Okay, so we can come to our controller directory here and do a checkouts controller.rb. And then once we're inside here, checkouts controller, application controller, and we can do def create, and let's just put hit create for now. Okay, so if we refresh this page, this hit create line should be displayed in our console here. So let's do checkout, and we can see, okay, so we accidentally made this a get, and we want this to be a post. So we'll change that to a post in our routes file. Now we can come back and hit checkout, and we should see hit create. So our front end is talking to our back end. We are hitting our create route. So now all we have to do is add the logic here to interact with Stripe. We want to install the Stripe gem that we're going to be using to interact with Stripe. So we can go ahead and do bundle add Stripe like that, and that'll grab the Stripe gem. Okay, so now we have the Stripe gem installed, so we can start using it. We're going to have to set up our Stripe credentials. So in order to do that, we can just go to Stripe and create an account, and then select the developer tab and get your Stripe secret key and your public key as well. And then you can set it in the Rails credentials. And I'm not going to show that because I don't want my key out, but in order to do that, you just do bin Rails credentials edit like that. And you can add your editor that you want. So you could do visual equals, for me it's NeoVim, so I would do this, and this would open up my credentials file, and you would just put those Stripe credentials in your credentials file. Then once those are there, we can access them like this. So we could do Stripe secret key equals rails.application.credentials.dig, and so I have my nested, so it's a YAML file that you're editing, so I have it nested in a Stripe, and then under Stripe there's a secret key property. So that's how mine is set up. If you just put it at the root level, so you didn't nest yours, you could just do Stripe secret key, something like that. You wouldn't have to have two properties here, but I just like to nest mine so they're all kept organized. Cool, so that would get your secret key. And once again, if you don't have one, just go to Stripe, set up an account, go to the developers tab, and it's really easy. You can just click create secret key and copy it from there. Okay, so once you have that key, we can go ahead and give it to Stripe so that Stripe has it and can use it in our requests. So this Stripe is the gem that we just installed. That's what we're using right here. So that's what allows us to interact with Stripe. All right, then we can get the cart off of the params. We're sending that cart, and then we can loop over each item and create a line item. So the API of Stripe, the way it works is you can create line items, and for each line item, you can charge the customer for that product. So we can say line items equals cart.map. So for every item in the cart, we'll loop over it, and then we'll create a product. So we'll actually just fetch the product. So we have the ID, so we should be able to fetch the product from our database. So this is the product from our database. We also want to fetch the stock just to double check that we still have this item in stock. So let's do that. And make sure that the correct size is in stock here. Okay, so now that we have the item in stock, or we've ensured that we have the item in stock, we'll just check that. Say product stock.amount is less than item quantity. So if they're trying to order more than we have in stock, we'll go ahead and return an error message and just tell them that they're ordering an item that's out of stock. So we can just say error, not enough stock for product.name. In size, item size, and only product stock.amount left. Status 400. And then we can just return. Okay, so if they make it past that check, then all their items are in stock. So we can go ahead and fulfill their order. So let's do that next. So we can come here and we can just say, create a object or a new hash here. And inside of it, we can set some properties. So we'll set the quantity, and this is all being sent to Stripe. So this just has to match their API documentation for how they want these line items to be set up. So we'll say, we'll give it a quantity, which is just the quantity. And then we'll give it price data. So we are setting up these prices on the fly. So, okay, and we have to set it up using this product data object right here. So we'll use that, and then inside that, we'll give it a name, So this will just be the name of the item that they're ordering. And then we want some metadata. We're going to use this metadata later to decrement our stock automatically once an order has been placed by a customer. So we want the product ID, do product.id, and we want the size. So we'll give it the size, and then we want the product stock ID. So we know what product stock to go reduce the quantity of, like that. Cool. So once we have that, then we just have to tell Stripe what currency we want to use. So let's just say currency is USD, and unit amount is item price .2i. Cool. So that would map over all of our products or all of the items in the cart, and it's going to create one of these objects for each one and add it to the line items up here. Then what we have to do is we have to create a Stripe session and redirect them to that session so they can fill in their payment details and checkout. So in order to do that, we can use the Stripe gem again and just create a checkout session like this. And we can pass in a few things here. So our mode is going to be payment. Our line items are just those line items we created above. And we can have a success URL, which is for now just going to be our local host /success. And then we can have a cancel URL, which is where Stripe will redirect the user to if they cancel checkout. That'll just be called /cancel. And then we can do shipping address collection because we want to collect their shipping address. So we can set that, and then we can just say allowed countries, US and Canada. And you can put whatever countries you want in here that you want to fulfill to. Okay, so after we've created a checkout session in Stripe, Stripe will return us this session, and inside this session variable is a URL that we want to redirect the user to. So let's go ahead and do that. So we can just go down here and we can say render JSON and return a URL property, which is just the session.url, and save that. Okay, so let's go ahead and test it out. So if we go back to our homepage and we add one of these items to our cart, so let's add a medium, a small, a large, and let's add another medium. Then come to our cart, we can see these items were added to our cart. Now if we click checkout, we should be redirected to Stripe as long as we don't have a small error in any of our controller code over here, which it looks like we do. So let's actually just create that. Okay, so we can refresh and click checkout. And we're getting an error, so let's go ahead and just fix that real quick. It says body is not defined. Okay, so let's go to our cart controller and open that up, and then we'll search for body. So it looks like body is not defined. Okay, so we need to get the body off of the response. So we forgot to do that. So let's go ahead and do that now. Okay, so in order to do that, what we do is we can come in here into this if, and we can just say response.json and then body, and then we can move this inside of the body like that. Okay, so that gives us access to the body, and then we can also do the same thing down here. So we can say response.json.then body, and then we can move all of this code inside that callback. Like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that same thing down here in the else. We can do response.json.then body like that. Close it out and grab the content, put it inside there. Okay, and then we can just go fix that formatting, fix that. Okay, so let's go ahead and reload our cart and now try the checkout action once again. Okay, so there's an uncaught error in the promise. So something happened in here. It's a 500 error. So let's go ahead and see. So we hit our carts controller with this data, which looks good. We're passing in our full cart as the parameters. We are loading the product here. And then it looks like we hit a no method error undefined product stocks. Okay. So we named it stocks instead of product stocks. So if we go back to our checkout controller and come up to where we are grabbing the product stocks, so product stocks, we can just change this to stocks, and that should be good to go. So let's try it again. Click checkout, and now we're getting a 400 bad request. So this is coming from our checkouts controller once again. We're selecting the product, we're selecting the stock, and then we're getting a 400 bad request error. So let's go ahead and fix that next. Okay, so what's happening is we're just getting this error message returned here that's telling us we only have 2 left in stock from medium. So let's go ahead and remove that and try it again. Okay, so let's go ahead and try it again with items that are actually in stock. So we'll click checkout, and that will redirect us to this Stripe checkout page. So now that we're on this checkout page, we can see the price of the order, and then we can add in our shipping information. So we can see the items that we're ordering here. So we have those 3 items, and they sum up to $30. So we could go ahead and add in our payment here. So let's do that. Okay, so when we click this, it should redirect us back to our success page, which we haven't set up yet, so we'll have to set that up next. So we'll set up a success view that the user will be redirected to. We can also set up a cancel view, and then we need to listen to the webhooks. So after we just checked out, Stripe will send us webhooks, and those webhooks will tell us what products were ordered and how much money we collected, and then we can go ahead and create a new order in our database so it can be fulfilled, and we can decrement the stock of those items. So let's go ahead and handle that in the next video. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up the success and cancel routes for our checkout controller. So first thing we can do is go into the routes.rb file, and we'll create 2 more endpoints. So the first one we'll create for the success, and so it'll just be get success, and that will go to our checkouts and our success action like that, and then we'll do get cancel, and that will just go to our checkouts cancel action. Okay, so now if we open up our checkouts controller like this, we can create those actions. So let's just come right below our create action and create our success one. And we'll just have this render a template called success, and then we'll have a cancel that will just render a template called cancel. Render cancel, and then we'll need to set up those views. So if we go to our views directory, we can create a folder for our checkouts. So you can do checkouts. Inside there, we can create a success.html.erb and just call it success page like that, and then we can also create a cancel.html.erb and have an h1 that just says cancel page for now. Cool, so if we refresh this page, we should see that success page right there. Great, and then if we go to cancel, we'll see a cancel. Nice. So now Stripe has something to redirect to after a checkout has either been completed successfully or canceled. Great, so we have that. Now let's set up our webhooks controller and route in order for Stripe to talk to our app and tell it that different events have happened, such as a completed checkout was completed successfully or it was canceled, etc. So let's go ahead and create that controller now. Cool, so in our controllers directory, we're going to create a new file called webhookscontroller.rb. So we'll do class webhooks controller, and it's going to inherit from application controller. And then inside of here, we can just create a method called Stripe, and this will handle all webhooks from Stripe. Okay, we can tell our endpoint to skip the forgery protection. This is because Stripe is going to include a webhook secret that we're going to verify independently, so we don't need to do any forgery protection on these endpoints. Okay, so now we can go ahead and get our Stripe secret key. So we'll do that, Stripe secret key, and this is exactly what we did last time. So make sure you have that secret key set in your credentials file, like that. Next, we can set stripe.api key equals Stripe secret key. And that's just setting up the gem. And now we can get the payload from the body. So we can do payload equals request.body.read. So this is the payload that Stripe is sending to us. And then we can get the signature. So this is the signature that Stripe sends to us, and we use the webhook key to verify. We use the webhook key and the payload to verify that it is actually Stripe that's calling our webhook and not someone else doing something nefarious. So let's do endpoint secret equals rails.application.credentials.dig Stripe webhook secret. So once again, you will have to go to Stripe and create a webhook and set the secret as the secret they provide to you. So you can set it the exact same way as you did before by just going to your terminal and doing bin rails credentials edit, and then you can provide whatever visual editor you want. For me, it would be NeoVim, and if I clicked enter on this command, it would open up my credentials file. I could set the webhook secret in that credentials file and then save it, and that would automatically be encrypted and be available for me to use in my application code. So make sure you do that. And it's really easy to make a webhook. You can just go to Stripe and set up a webhook. They have instructions on how to run a local forwarder, so you can forward the request to your local host. So you could forward it to localhost 3000. Okay, and we'll go through testing this and we can see how that works later. Okay, so now we have the secret. Now we can just set the event to nil, and then we can do a begin rescue block. So within this, we'll rescue a JSON parse error. So we'll do a JSON parser error like this, and then end that. And inside of this begin block, what we want to do is we want to extract the event from the webhook. So we can do webhook.construct event payload sig header and endpoint secret. Okay. If that didn't work, then we can just go ahead and do a status of 400 and return. Otherwise, if there was another type of error, if there was a Stripe signature verification error, we know the signature is not valid, so either we have the wrong secret set or it's not actually Stripe that is talking to us. So it's an invalid request. So we can just say webhook signature verification failed, like that. And we can do status 400 and then return. Okay, great. If we make it past that block of code, we know that this is a valid webhook from Stripe, and we've verified that the webhook secret matches. So we can go ahead and process the event now. So now we'll look at the event's type, and we'll do some switch statements on this event type. So we can say when the event type is checkout session completed, this means the user has entered in their payment details and the everything looks good. So this is our base case for if a user has successfully completed a Stripe checkout. Else, so we'll just do an else block down here. If we don't have a block to handle the event type, we can just print out unhandled event type. So we can just puts that right here. So we can say puts unhandled event type, and then we can just print out the event type just so we know that we're getting hit with this event, but we're currently not handling it. And we can choose to add more when statements if we'd like to handle different events. Okay, and then at the end of this here, we can just render JSON, just say success, and this will just tell Stripe that the webhook succeeded and they don't have to attempt to resend it or anything, that we've already handled it. Cool, so now let's add the logic in this checkout session completed. So we want to get the session information from this event object. So we can do event.data.object. So that's the session information. And then what we want to do is construct an address from the user's shipping address. So we can say address equals, and we'll do session shipping details. So let's actually go ahead and get that in a variable by itself. So we can do shipping details equals session shipping details, like that. And then we can say address equals, and we'll do shipping details, and then we'll extract the address, and we'll get the line 1. Okay, so that'll be the line 1 of the address. And then we'll do a similar thing. We'll do shipping details. Oh, I forgot to end that right there. And then we'll do shipping details, address, and then we will do the city. So we'll do city, and then we'll do shipping details, address, and we'll do the state here. So this will be the state. Close that out. Make sure to close. Make sure to open up this interpolation here, like that. And make sure to close this one out. Okay. Next, we want to add the postal code, so we can just do shipping details, address, and postal code. So do postal code, like that. And then we can close that string. Okay, so this is we're just constructing a string of the address from the shipping details that Stripe provides to us. Next thing we can do is create an order. So we can do order.create customer email is session customer details, and then email. So this would just be the customer's email that they've provided to Stripe. Total is session amount total, and address is that address we just constructed above, and then we'll set fulfilled equal to false. Okay, so that will create a new order in our system that the admin can access via the admin panel and mark as shipped. Then we can go ahead and retrieve the full session from Stripe. So we need some more information that is not provided in the event, but they do provide us the event ID, so we can go retrieve that extra information that we need from Stripe by just making another API call to them. So we'll provide that session ID, and then we want to expand the line items because we want some additional information from those line items. Cool. So now we have this full session here that has all the line item data that we need. We can just extract the line items from that. So we can do full session dot line items. So now we have those line items saved in a variable. And then for each line item, we want to go decrement the stock that we have marked on each of those. So we can say item do. And then for each item, we'll find the product. So we'll do Stripe product.retrieve item price and product, like that. So this will get us the product, and then we can get the product ID from that. So we can do product ID equals product metadata, and this is the metadata that we set up when we created the checkout session. So that's how these are linked. And that's why we needed to provide that metadata. And so now we have the ID, and now we can go fetch the stock from our database, and we can also add this to the order. So we can create an order product. So we can do order product dot create, and we can associate it with the order that we created above, and we'll add the product ID and the quantity like that, as well as the size. Okay, so that creates an order product, so we know what to ship out to the customer. And then we want to do a product stock, and we want to find it and decrement it by the amount that the user ordered. So we can look in the metadata to find the product stock ID that we set when we created this checkout session, like that. So we want to find that product stock, and then we just want to decrement it by the amount of how much they ordered. So the item quantity, like that. Great. And that's all we need to do. So in this webhook, just to reiterate, just to go over what we did, we will receive this session completed webhook from Stripe whenever a user checks out and completes the session. And what we're doing is we're just creating an order from that. So we're creating a new order in our system, then we're creating a new order product, and then we're creating a new product stock, or we're decrementing the product stock for each item that was ordered, so we can keep our inventory in sync with what has been ordered by customers already. Cool. So in the next video, let's go ahead and set up the Stripe CLI so we can test this and make sure it's working properly. Well, let's go ahead and walk through how we can set up the Stripe CLI so we can test our webhook endpoint. So if you just come to stripe.com/docs/stripe-CLI, it'll bring you to this page, and you can install the Stripe CLI, whether you're on a Mac and you're using Homebrew, or apt, or on Windows. You can just click on whatever tab works for your operating system. So after you have that Stripe CLI installed, you'll then log in by just typing Stripe login, and this will log you in. It will redirect you to Stripe, and you'll log in. And then once you're logged in, you can come and you can start your webhook. So in order to start your webhook listener, you just run Stripe listen and then /to localhost 3000 / webhooks, or wherever you've put your route. So we've put our route at /webhooks. So if we go into our routes.js file, we can add a route for our webhook. So it will be a post, and it will be called webhooks, and then we can just have it go to webhooks, and then it will be Stripe, like that. So if we open up our webhooks controller, we can see we have a method called Stripe inside of our webhooks controller, so that will be executed when this /webhooks route is hit. So once we have that route set up, we can save it, and we can come in here, we can say Stripe listen -- to localhost 3000 / webhooks, and hit enter. Okay, so we just had a little typo here, so we'll do listen, and that will get everything ready. All right, so first thing you can see is it says you're using Stripe API version and your signing secret right here. So you can go ahead and copy this signing secret and then edit your credentials file and use this as your webhook secret. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So after you've edited your credentials file and you've added this as your Stripe webhook key, now in our webhook, so if we go back to that webhooks controller, at the top here where we're fetching the credentials.dig Stripe webhook secret, this is now going to be that key. So that should work great. And next thing we need to do is just test our webhook. So in order to do that, Stripe allows you to send events very easily. So you can do Stripe trigger and then the event that you want to trigger. So in our case, we want to trigger, we're only handling this one event for now, this session, checkout session completed. So that's the event we want to trigger. So if we just do Stripe trigger webhook or checkout.session checkout.completed. That will set up all the fixtures automatically and then send out the webhooks. And we can look in our console and make sure we're getting the correct response from Stripe. So we can see that we got hit with multiple events. So this one event that we're sending, it didn't just send that one event, it actually created a bunch of fixtures that also sent out other events. So if we look back in here, we can see we got hit with a payment intent created event, which was a 200. We got hit with a payment intent succeeded unhandled event, but it looks like this is our event for the checkout session complete, and it looks like we have a little syntax error in here on line 27. So let's go ahead and fix that. Okay, so I went ahead and just put a logging statement here to print out the session and then sent another event, and we're able to see that shipping details is null. So that shouldn't be null when the user actually goes through the checkout flow, but for triggering the webhook via the CLI, that's not being filled. So all we need to do here is if we want to protect this whenever this is being used in production through the actual checkout flow, this should never be null because we're requiring that. But let's just go ahead and wrap it in an if statement just so it won't break when we're testing it locally. So we'll just say if shipping details, go ahead and set the address to this. Otherwise, let's just set the address to an empty string like that. Cool. So now that we have that protection in place, let's go ahead and trigger the event again and then make sure the rest of our code works below this. Okay, so it looks like we got past that this time, but now we ran into a record invalid error. So we got a 422 unprocessable entity, record invalid, and it says product must exist. So for some reason, the product that we're getting back and trying to set does not exist. So let's check here and see what could be happening. Okay, so it looks like this product ID isn't valid, and that's just because we are sending the Stripe webhook, which is creating a new product, and it's not setting any of that metadata. So this is going to be a little harder to test from the Stripe CLI. Okay, so this far we've used the Stripe CLI to test that our credentials are being checked properly and that we're extracting the event properly from the webhook and that the signature header is valid and everything. But now we want to do a full test just to make sure that if we have an item that's actually in our database, we're going ahead and updating an order product with it properly and we're decrementing the stock properly. So let's go ahead and check out fully. So I'm going to come in here, I'm going to add a medium into my cart, and right now there's one quantity left in the medium stock. So after we check out, it should be automatically decremented to 0. And if I come back to this page, it should be grayed out just like the XL is right now. So let's add that to my cart. So we have one of those in my cart, and let's go check out. So let's put the email in here. Okay, so we should see in the terminal, we should get a bunch of webhooks, and one of the webhooks should be that checkout session completed, which handles all of our logic there. Awesome. So looks like we got hit with the webhook session completed right here, and we inserted into order products. So that looks good. Looks like we updated the stock. So that also looks good. We updated it to 0. And then we redirected to the success page. Great. So if I came back to this product, medium is now out of stock. So we're keeping our inventory in sync and we're decrementing the stocks whenever an order is placed. If we come into our admin panel here, we can also check that that new order is being shown. So this new order is being shown right here. That's the one I just placed. We can click on it for details. We can see that I ordered one product in size medium. And we can see the address that we need to ship it to, as well as the total. So this is looking great. If we come to the orders page, we can also see that at the bottom here, and we could fulfill it if we wanted to. We could mark it as fulfilled. Awesome. So we could go ahead and click on that, and we could edit it, and we could mark it as fulfilled, and then that will be moved down into the fulfilled orders table right here. Great, so in the next video, let's work on cleaning up a little bit of the styling and also adding some pagination to these tables. Okay, so in order to set up pagination on our tables, we're going to use a gem called Pagi right here. So let's go ahead and install that. So we can do bundle add Pagi like that. And once that's installed, then we can just follow this setup guide right here. So all we have to do is include Pagi backend. So if we copy that, we just have to put it in our application controller. So let's go back here, open up our application controller, and just paste that line right here. Cool. So that gives us Pagi. Now if we go into one of our controllers where we're fetching data, so for example, on this orders table right here, if we go to the orders controller, and now in this index page, we can wrap this in a Pagi. So in order to do that, if we go back to the Pagi documentation, it's really easy. We just have to wrap it in a Pagi like this, and that returns a Pagi that we can use in our templates like this. So let's go ahead and do that. So we can just say Pagi and wrap it like that. And now this returns a not fulfilled Pagi. We can also wrap this in Pagi, and this will be our fulfilled Pagi like that. And now we can go ahead and use these in our templates. So let's do that right now. So if we open up our index orders template, index admin orders template, and come down to the bottom of our table. So if we come down right below here, right below our table, we can put in this Pagi code. So we can do equals equals, make sure you have two equal signs at the beginning. Make sure you have so just make sure you have two equal signs at this beginning of this ERB block, and then you can do Pagi nav, and we can pass in unfulfilled Pagi like that, and then if at unfulfilled Pagi dot pages is greater than 1, and then we can close that out. Okay, and the next thing we have to do is we have to switch this navigation. We have to tell this navigation to use unfulfilled Pagi instead of at Pagi. So in order to do that, okay, so once we've set that, we can go ahead and copy it and come down here, and right below our fulfilled orders table, we can just add it and then do fulfilled Pagi instead of unfulfilled Pagi. Okay, so if we go back and we refresh our table, it's actually supposed to be at the top. It's supposed to be not fulfilled Pagi because we're doing not fulfilled orders. So let's go ahead and update that. So this will be not fulfilled, and this will also be not fulfilled. So we'll save that, refresh the page, and we can see that we're not showing the pagination because there's not enough records in our table to warrant it. So that by default, we won't paginate unless there's at least 25 records. So let's go ahead and create a new or a couple new orders just so we can see the pagination in action. So we can just do 10, well, let's do 20 new orders. So we'll do order.create, and we'll do product ID 2 like that, and then we'll end that. Okay, so let's go ahead and create 20 test orders just so we can see our pagination in action. So we can do it like this, .each do, and we can do order.create customer email test at example.com, fulfilled, false, and we can do address 123 East West Road, total 1000, just like that. So we can create 20 of those. Now if we refresh this page, we should see our Pagi navigation. Looks like we have a little error here. So it's saying undefined method Pagi nav. That is because we have to add our front end methods to our helpers. So right here, we have to add that. And we do that in our application helper. So let's go ahead and copy this line right here, open up our application helper, and paste it right in here. And this just gives our front end access to these pagination helpers. Cool. So now if we come back here, that error should go away, and we should see our pagination. Awesome. So now we're on page 1. We can see the first orders too. If I click next, we go to the next page. Okay, so this is a great error because it brings up something we have to change in our code. So what's happening right here is when we change the pagination for the not fulfilled table, it's also changing the pagination page for the fulfilled table. And right now the fulfilled table doesn't have a second page, so that's causing us to see this error. So in order to fix that, we have to change one or both of the page properties names. So if I come in here into this pagi method call, we can add another parameter called page param, and we can just give it a different name just to differentiate the two. So we can just call this page fulfilled like that and save that. And then if we go back to our orders table, now if I click this next, it will not paginate this bottom table, so they'll be kept separate. So let's test that out. So we can see we're on page 2 now. We can no longer go next. We can go back to page 1, and we can see the first page. Let's create a bunch of fulfilled orders just so we can double check that our page param is working properly. So let's go back into our Rails console, and we can just do the exact same thing, except for now we can just turn this fulfilled to true. So that'll create 20 fulfilled orders. Let's run it again just to make sure we have enough to paginate. So now we have pagination on both of our tables. If you notice, we're on page 1 up here, and we're also on page 1 down here. So if I click next, this brings me to page 2 on the below table, but I'm still on page 1 of the upper table, as you can see. So these paginations are now independent. Great. So that fixes that error, and that sets up pagination. We're not gonna style this, but you could go ahead and style it if you'd like. Make it look really nice, and Pagi actually has some default styles, bootstrap styles that you could add yourself if you'd like. You can also customize it pretty easily just by following these guides down here. Next, let's just go ahead and add pagination to this products table up here, and then we should be good to go. So let's do that now. So let's go into our products controller. So if we open our products controller, and now in here, that's our user-facing products controller. We want our admin's products controller, so we want this one. Now instead of doing this, we can just do Pagi, wrap it like this, and then at Pagi, and now go into our index view for the products right here, and right below the table, we can just go ahead and copy and paste this Pagi line right here. So we can copy this and just paste it right below the table. And then we can go ahead and let's just fix that and refresh the page. Now we don't have enough categories or products to warrant pagination. So let's go ahead and create some mock products just like we did for orders. So let's go ahead and create 30 of them. And then we can do product.create name test I, and description is test I, and price will be 1,000. So we'll go ahead and do that and create those. Let's add an exclamation mark here so we can see the error that we're getting. Okay, so category must exist. So let's go ahead and just assign them all to category 1. Category ID 1, like that. And it looks like that category doesn't exist. So let's do category 2. Okay, so now we have a bunch of products, and we can see our pagination down here, and we can paginate this list like that. Great. So that's set up and it looks like it's working well. So next thing we want to do is let's set up a search input up here above this products table so we can search our products as an admin and edit them a little bit easier that way. So let's do that in the next video. Okay, so let's go ahead and add our search bar up here. So if we come up to the top of the page, we can go ahead and add it just right below this products header. So let's add it right here. And what we want to do is add a form that will submit to our products path, and it will include a query parameter that we can filter our active record query with. So let's go ahead and just add a div that we can wrap this form in. So we'll add a div here, and then we'll say class equals flex, margin top of 4, flex column, medium flex row, items start, medium items center, justify between, and then with full, like that. Inside of here, we'll do a form with tag. So we'll do form with URL. And then that URL we want to submit to is the admin products path. And the method is get. And then we'll just give this a class of flex. And then we can do a form like that. Let's close that out. Okay, so inside this form, we want a input where we can type our search query. So we'll do a form.text field, and we'll call that query. And our placeholder for it will be just search, like that. And then let's give it a couple classes just to make it look a little nicer. Do gray 500, and then text gray 800. Okay, so now we have our input. Now let's add our submit button. So this will be form.submit, and we'll have it say submit, and then we'll style it with a few classes as well. And close that out. Okay, so we should see our search bar up here. Looks like we have a small syntax error here. So let's just double check. We have our form with. We're closing that out. Okay, so it looks like we just had a small syntax error here. This is supposed to be an underscore. So we'll save that and resubmit. And now we have our search bar up here. So we can type what we want here. And now when we click submit, it will send a query to this same page, except for there will now be a query parameter with the value of whatever we've typed in this box. So we can see up here, when I click submit, it added this query parameter and it added type what we hear. So now on the back end, we have to actually respect this query parameter and filter our active record query using it. So let's go ahead and do that. So if we open up our products controller, now in this index page, instead of just grabbing product.all, we want to actually check if this query parameter exists first and then use that to filter our products. So how we can do that is we can just say if params query.present else. So if there's no query param present, we're just going to do things exactly how we used to do them by just grabbing all of the products. Otherwise, we're going to filter them using this query param. So in order to do that, we can just say pagi and then admin products equals pagi product.where name like, and then we can pass in the param here. So we can just do params query, close that out, percent, and the percent sign is just meaning it'll match any part of the word, and then we can say save that. Okay, so that will use our query param that we've provided to filter out just the products that match on the name like that. And using these question marks, it accounts for SQL injection, so you don't have to worry about that because we're using those question marks there. So let's go ahead and refresh the page and check that it works. So it looks like we just need to close out that parentheses, and now we can refresh. Cool. So we already have this here, so that's why it's not bringing anything back. If we were to remove that, we get all of our products. And now if we just do category, we should just get this product with the word category in its name, which we do. And then if we search empty, we get all the products back. Do test 3, we get test 3. Okay, so now let's add a clear button just so you can clear your search query if you want to see all the products. So we can go ahead and go back to that index page. And right below this form, we can create another form that just clears out the search and sends an empty query param. So in order to do that, we can create another form just below, and let's do it in this same div here. So we can just do a form with URL, admin products path, just like this, and then method is get, class is flex, okay, and then in here all we have to have is a submit button that will just clear the search param. So you can do form.submit, clear, class, and then let's give it a couple styles here. Cursor, pointer. Okay, so that should add a clear button that just clears out our form when we click it. So let's go ahead and test it out. So if I do test and submit, that brings back just products that have the word test in them. Let's do a different one just so we can see it more clearly. So this is bringing back only products with the word category in them. And if I click clear, it brings back all products once again, and we can paginate those. Cool. So let's just go ahead and fix this so it's on the same line as the submit button. Okay, so it looks like in order to fix that, all we have to do is just fix our syntax within this containing div to make sure that it's a flex row at medium sizes. So we can go ahead and do that, and now these are on the same row. Great. So that looks good for the products. Okay, so let's do a little bit of cleanup here on the cart page. I noticed that this isn't quite working how we want it to, so if I click remove, sometimes it's removing the wrong element, and that's because we're not filtering on the size. We're just looking at the ID. So what we need to do to fix that is come over to our carts controller, stimulus controller, and down here in the remove cart method, we're just looking for an item with an ID that matches the ID that we're clicking on to remove. So not only do we want to match on that ID, but we also want to pass in the size to the value so we can extract it, and then we also want to compare it in this find index, and we'll say and item dot size equals size, and then we'll get the size off of this value. So we'll say const, we'll change it to an object, and we'll get the ID and the size off of that object like this. So then we just have to come up into this initialize method, and instead of setting the value to the item.id, we can just make it an object where it has an ID property and a size property, which is equal to the item's size like that. Okay, so now if we save that, go ahead and add a couple items to our cart, go back to our cart. Now it should remove the correct size no matter what. It should always remove the correct size. Go ahead and fix this. We've added the item.size in our find index method, and now we just have to make sure that that value is available to us. So we're going to set it as a JSON object. So we can say const values equals event or JSON.parse event.target.value. And then in these values, we can get off the ID and the size. So we can say ID size equals values like that. Okay, and then all we have to do is come up here, and instead of setting the delete button's value to the size, we can just do json.stringify, and we can do an object with an ID property, which is item.id, and a size property, which is item.size, like that. Cool. So let's go ahead and save that, refresh the page. Now if I click on one of these, it should correctly match the size every time. Cool. Let's just go ahead and test it one more time real quick just to be sure. So now if I add another small to the cart, add a large, go back to the cart, we have 3 large, 1 small, and if I click on this remove large, it should remove the large. Awesome. So we fixed that little issue. Okay, so next thing we want to do is add a price filter right here on the left. So we want to be able to sort these by prices and filter out ones that are below a certain price or above a certain price. So let's go ahead and add that right underneath this filters H2. So we can go ahead and create a form here, and we're going to use a URL, which is going to go to the category path, and we're going to pass in this category. So we can just say category like that, and then the method is get, and then we can open up this form like this. All right, then inside the form we want to have 2 inputs and a submit button. So our first input will be a number field, and that will be the min price that we want to see. So we can say min price, and then let's just give it a couple of classes. Gray 800, rounded medium, give it some padding and give it some width as well. Okay, and then our next input, it's going to look exactly the same, but it's just going to be the maximum price. So we'll call that max and change this to max like that. Great. Next thing we need is a submit button. So we can do form.submit, submit, and we'll have it say the label of it will be filter, and then we'll give it some styles as well. 800 and text white, rounded medium, some padding and some margin, and change the cursor to pointer. Okay. Let's see, we have a slight error here. Okay, so it looks like we just had an extra do right here, so we can go ahead and delete that and refresh, and we should get our filters up here. Great. Let's add a little bit of margin to the second one just to space it out a little bit. So we'll say margin top of 2. Okay, cool. So now we have this filters section right here, and we can say I only want to see products that are, you know, over $2 and under $100 like that, and then we can click this filter. And right now it's sending a request to our categories controller for this category, and then it's including these query params, the min and the max right here. So now we have to modify our controller to look for these params and filter the result set accordingly. So let's go ahead and open the category controller. Let's open the categories controller right here. And right now we're just getting all of the products for the category. So let's go ahead and use those query params. Okay, so first off, we're just going to grab all the products as normal, just like we would if we didn't include any query params. Then we're going to check if the params max was included. So if that's present, we want to filter them by their price to make sure that none of them are over the maximum price. So we can just say at products equals at products dot where price is less than or equal to the max price, like that. And then if the params min dot present, we can just say at products equals at products dot where price is greater than or equal to this minimum param, like that. Okay, so that would filter the products depending on which one of these filters was included. So let's go ahead and refresh this page, And now we can see that we're applying a filter of 2 and 100. If we get rid of those and run the filters again, we get all of our products. So let's just test this here. So let's say if we have a max price of this should bring back all of our products still, which it does. And then if we have a min price of 1, it should bring back all of our products. And then if we have a price that's too low for the max, it should filter them all out. Awesome. So that's the filters. Let's just go ahead and add a clear button here so the user can clear out all filters and get all the products back. So let's go ahead and go back to the show page for the products or for the category. So we just show right here, and then right below this form, we can do another form. And we can just say form with URL, category path at category, method is get, and class flex call, do form like that. And then inside of this form, we'll just have a submit button that submits the form with no query params. So we can just say equals form.submit clear, add some classes here. Okay. So this clear button should clear our filters. So if I add, so let's add a max price of 100, click filter, that filters all products. And then if I click clear, it will resubmit without any of the filter query params up here. Great. So that's our filter section for the category show page. And we can go ahead and continue on in the next video. All right, so I think we're about ready to deploy our app. So we have all the basic functionality done. So on the front page here, we have a little hero banner. We have our categories. We can click on a category. We can look through some products, and we can click on one of the products. We can add various sizes to our cart. We can go to the cart. We could remove a size if we no longer want it. And then we can click checkout. This checkout will take us to the Stripe page if there's enough in stock. Otherwise, it will give us this error message. So we can go ahead and remove the items from our cart that there aren't enough stock for. Go ahead and just add one this time. We can go check out. This will take us to Stripe where we can fill in, our customers can fill in their information. Once they click pay, this will redirect them back to the success page, and they'll get shown a little success icon. In the meantime, Stripe will hit our backend system with some webhooks. So if we come over to our products or our orders, we can see that we have a new order down here that was just created. If we go to our dashboard, we can see that there was a new order that was just created right here. We can see our orders for today and our stats for today. We can click on this order to see its details. We can see the product that was included in the order and its size as well as the quantity. And then we could go ahead and fulfill the order, mark it as fulfilled, and do that. That would update the order. Then if we come back here, we could see in our fulfilled orders table, we could see that order at the very bottom of the page right here. We could see that it was successfully fulfilled. Or excuse me, this one right here. So this order 92, we could see that it was successfully fulfilled, and this list is paginated. And then we can go ahead and review categories as an admin. We can add new categories if we want. We can add new products, and we can associate them with categories, add images, and we can also filter products by their names just to search them, and this is also paginated. And then we also have the dashboard here that just gives the admin some basic stats. So that's basically the build. Now let's deploy this to render and make sure that we can access everything in a live environment. Okay, so we have all the basic functionality created for the app. So let's go ahead and deploy it. So we're going to be using render to deploy our application. Render makes it really quick and simple to deploy a Rails app. So all you need to do is go to render.com and sign up for an account, and then we'll follow the instructions to deploy a Rails application. Okay, so after you've created your render account, you can then come to docs.render.com/docs/deploy-rails, and we're going to be following the instructions here to deploy our Rails site. So you can skip this first section. This is just creating a project, a new Rails project, so we can skip that. We can skip this to create a landing page, as we already have our full app set up, and we can come down here and update our app for render. So the first thing we need to do is we're still using SQLite and we want to use Postgres. Okay, so first thing we need to do is switch our database to a Postgres database instead of a SQLite database. So in order to do that, we can run this command over here in our terminal. We can run Rails db system change --2 equals PostgreSQL. And that will update our database YAML file in order to allow us to use Postgres. And it will also install the Postgres gem and change our Docker file as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up our database.yaml file just to make sure everything looks good. Database.yaml. So we can see down here that our default was changed to Postgres, and we're now using an env variable for the pool, and this development was changed to use Postgres as well, and now the development database is called ecom development. Okay, and our test database is ecom test, and production is ecom production, username is ecom, and the password is ecom database password. So this needs to be set in our configuration file in order to be used in our app. Cool. So we've done that. Now what we can do is we can come down here and let's check out our gem file just to make sure that everything was installed correctly in there. So you come in here, we enter our gem file, and we can see that we have these lines uncommented. So now we have this PG gem. So we can go ahead and run bundle install to install that gem. Okay, and we're up to date. Okay, next thing we need to do is modify this database URL. So render's expecting a database underscore URL variable to exist. So let's go ahead and change that. Okay, so let's go add that. So if we come down to our production configuration, we can add a URL, and this will just be env database URL, like that. Close that out. And you'll notice that we don't need anything else. We just want that URL, and that URL will contain our user and our password as well as our database. So we can actually go ahead and get rid of these, the password and the database. That'll all be contained within the URL. Great. So now that we have that set up, we can go back to our render docs and continue following along. Now we can open up our Puma file. So let's open that up. And it looks like we need to add these lines for web concurrency. So let's see if they exist already. Okay, so let's go ahead and add this preload app to our configuration. So we'll come over here and just do preload app like that. Save it. Now if we come down to our production RB file, let's open that up. Production RB. And we need to check that we have this public server enabled. So we can go ahead and copy this line right here. Like that. And check for public file server. So we'll check for public file server. So we can see that it's uncommented, it's commented out right here, but we can just put it like this. Okay. So we have that line added from the render docs. and render will automatically set this variable right here. So let's go ahead and make sure that's set okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and delete this line like that. Okay, so that looks good. So we'll set the config.public file server .enabled equal to this variable if it's present, otherwise this variable if it's present, and render will automatically set this. Cool. Now we can create our build script that will be run when we push to render. So we can go ahead and enter into our bin directory and create a render-build.sh file. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, and then we can just copy this bash script into the file we've just created, like that. And then we can change the permissions on the file to make sure that it can be executed. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now that we've done that, we're ready to deploy to render. Okay, so there's two ways they suggest to set up, or you can set up a render.yml file, or you can do it manually. So we're going to do this render.yml file route. So let's go ahead and copy this from their docs and create that file. Okay, so we'll come back over here to our directory and we'll create that file and enter into it and paste that code right here. So this just sets up a database called MySite. Database name is MySite, user is MySite, and then it sets up one service, and this is our Rails app. So it tells it what runtime to use, the name of the app, and then it sets up some environment variables that we'll need as well. Great. So let's go ahead and save and exit that and come back to the Rails docs, or the render Rails docs. And now what we need to do is go to the blueprints page in render. So if we open this up, and then we can click new blueprint instance to create a new blueprint, and select our repository after giving permission to it to render, to access our GitHub. Okay, so you can go ahead and give render access to your Git repository, and then you can create a new blueprint and point it at that directory, so it will deploy your app every time you push to the main branch. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we can come down here and do new blueprint. We can select the repository that we want to connect, and we can put in a name, so I'll just call it ecom. And this is the file, or this is the branch with the render.yaml file. It's in our main branch. And then we can click create new resources, just like this. Okay, so next thing we have to do is we have to get our Rails master key. So this is the key that can decrypt our credentials file that has all our env variables in it. So go ahead and get that. It's located in your config directory. Okay, so once you've got your master key that's located in your config directory, you can just paste it right in there and then click apply. And that will create a database for us, as well as a web service to host our Rails server. Right, so our database deployed successfully, but it looks like our app had an error. So let's just go ahead and open up the logs for that to check it out. So we can do deploy logs, and we can go ahead and look through these. So it looks like there was an error in our bundler step. And it says unable to load application key error, missing configuration for the Amazon Active Storage service. Great. So we set up active storage in one of the first videos, and so far we've just been using the default disk storage, and that's not going to work because in production we have it set to use S3. So let's go ahead and change our configuration. So let's go ahead and change our S3 configuration and redeploy, and it should work this time. So if we come into our storage.yml file, you can see in our storage.yml file, we're using test and local, and Amazon is commented out. So let's go ahead and uncomment that so it's available in production. And then we need to set our AWS secrets with credentials edit, just like this. So go ahead and run bin rails credentials edit to set your AWS access key and secret access key, just so those can be piped in right here and be available. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. So I went ahead and added my AWS credentials to my credentials file. So now if we open up that storage YAML one more time, there's one other thing you need to be aware of. So as long as you've set your access key and your secret key in your credentials file, everything should work. The last thing you'll need to do is make sure that this bucket exists in S3. So I'm going to go ahead and change this to ecom. So at the end of the day in production, this will be ecom-production, and that bucket needs to exist in S3 in order to store our images. So go ahead and make sure that in your S3 account that you've connected with these IDs, that there exists a bucket with the name of ecom-production. All right, so now if we go back to render, we can rerun the command to deploy, and hopefully this time it will work. So I've pushed up a commit that adds those AWS credentials, and it automatically picked that up and created a new deploy, and that's running right now, and hopefully this time it will succeed. Okay, so bucket names in S3 need to be globally unique, so I went ahead and set mine to ecom demo -production. So you'll have to set yours to something else to make sure that we don't have name clashes, but whatever you set it to, just make sure that bucket exists in S3. Okay, and then we can come back to render and view our deploys. And so this one is still rolling out, and we have another deploy that was canceled because I pushed up a new commit just to change the bucket name after I added the credentials. So this one is now running, and once that completes, we should be able to view our site on in a live version. Okay, so we got another error, so let's check out the deploy logs and see what happened this time. Okay, so it looks like we're missing the service adapter for S3. So let's go ahead and install that and make sure that's available. All right, so we need to make sure we install this AWS SDK S3, and we want this to be installed so it can have access to it when we deploy. So let's go ahead and copy this line, go over to our gem file, and we'll paste it down at the bottom down here. Great, so we'll save that, bundle install, and now we have fetched that AWS gem. So we can push up now, and it should work this time, as long as there's not another error. Okay, if we look back at render, we should see a new build was just triggered. So if we go back to the main page, we can see this new build was triggered, and this one should succeed this time. Okay, and now that we added that gem, we can go ahead and view our site. And if we click on that URL from render right there, we can see that our site is live right here. Awesome. And all of our pages seem to be working fine. We can go ahead and create an admin user and then log in to the site. So if we go back to our render page, we can go and enter into a shell right here. And then we can use the Rails console to create a user or an admin user. So if we do bin Rails C, that will enter us into the Rails console. And then we can just do admin.create, and we can do username, or we can do email, admin example.com, password is password. So that sets up an admin user for us. Then if we go back to our admin website and go to the login page, we can log in with admin@example.com and password, and that should take us to the admin portion of the site. Awesome. So we can see our dashboard here. We can see our products and any of our orders. So let's go ahead and create a category just to have one set up. So let's call it boots. asking boots, and we can go ahead and set the image to a boot. So let's go ahead and set that and create the category. Awesome. So now if we go back to categories, we can see we have one category here, and the image is right here, which is being stored in S3 now. If we go to our products, we can go ahead and create a new product in that category. So we can say boots, some nice boots, upload an image. Let's use that same image and set the price to, let's do $100. Category is boots, and this is an active product. So let's go ahead and create that. Go back to our products, and we can see this product right here. Nice. Let's refresh just to make sure that image loads properly. Awesome. Cool. So now if we go back to the user-facing side of the app, we should see a category of boots. So this is our only category right now, so we're just showing one. If we click on that, we can see the product. We can see the product we just added. And if we go in here, we can see that we didn't add any sizes. So let's go ahead and add some sizes to this boot. So we go back to admin, click on our products, click on our boot. Then we can go to the stock section and we can add some stock. So let's say in size 10, we have one. Let's say in size 11, we have two, and we'll create both of those. Then we can go back to our admin portion of the website, or our user-facing side of the website, and add a couple of these to our cart. So let's add one of those and one of those. Go to our cart. That looks great. And then we can click checkout, and this should check out via Stripe. Let's just test that this still works. Okay, and do that. Okay, and click pay. And this will redirect us to our local host version of the website, which is currently not running right now, but that's a quick fix. All we'd have to do is swap out this URL in Stripe for localhost. So let's make sure we open up our actual site again. And if we go to the admin section, we should see that order. Okay, so the final thing we need to do to get everything working in production is just set up a webhook for Stripe to hit when we complete a checkout session or any other event happens in the Stripe system. So in order to do that, you can just come to the Stripe website, go to the developers tab. Once you're there, you can come to webhooks, and then you can click add endpoint. So you can click add endpoint, and then you can go to your render app and get the URL where it's deployed. Come back here and paste it in here, and then just add /webhooks, because that's what we named the route that accepts webhooks in our system. Okay, so once you have that URL set, then you can just come down here and select the events you want to listen to. So I'm just going to select all the events and add those, and then you can go ahead and click add endpoint. And this will make it so whenever a new event happens in the Stripe system, Stripe will notify this webhook, which is now live on our render site. Next thing you have to do is you need to click reveal this signing secret, copy that, put it in your configuration file, and push that up to production so that render can use that environment variable when it's checking the authenticity of this webhook. So I'm not going to reveal that right now, but you would want to click this, copy it, and put it in your credentials file, just like we did with the test webhook secret when we were testing through the Stripe CLI. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now, and then let's go test this webhook and make sure it works. Okay, so I went ahead and added my webhook secret and pushed up, and render built out another deploy. So let's go ahead and check out the live version of the site and make sure everything's working. So if we go to boots, click on this boot, add one of these to our cart, and then if we go to checkout, do checkout. Now our webhook should fire after we fill out this information, and Stripe should send us a webhook notifying us of this new order. So let's go ahead and test that. Okay, so I'll click pay, and then we can go ahead and check our admin dashboard and make sure a new order was submitted to our system. So let's go ahead and log into the admin system. Okay, and now if we come to our orders, we should see, so this actually redirected us to the localhost version of the site. So we want to go back to the live version, and then we can just do /admin, and we can see we had one sale today for $300. And if we go check that out in our orders table, we can see the information that we added on that page. And then if we click into the order, we can see the products. So there was a boots in size 10, one boot, and a boot in size 11, and we had 2 of those. So it looks like our Stripe webhook is now working properly. Great, so this is everything we need to do to make our site live, and now we can go ahead and start accepting orders.